Што е во еден голем рекрутмент процес и во таа смисла сум многу благодарна што сум денес и среќна дел од вашата заедница, затоа што од вас ќе црпам знаење и вештини кои што утре ќе ги пренесам во мојата компанија. Се надевам дека ќе ги култивирам и ќе ги заразам со овие практики, овие идеи и овие, да речем, исчекори кон попозитивна организацијска структура и кон попозитивна средина, и дека ќе ги пренесам на мојот менеджмент и на мојот тим. Паблик е организатор или основоположник, да речем, на овој форум. Паблик е организација, односно здружение за истражување, развој и комуникација. И овој форум почна како еден small get together, да речеме, како една мала дружба на неколку директори во холандската амбасада. Овде нешто со микрофоните ми се пореметува. Во германската, односно во холандската амбасада во Скопје, дружба што беше иницирана од нашата драга пријателка Вица Андреевска, да ја поздравам, тука е со нас. И гледате како една мала искра, еден мал блесок може да се претвори во еден ваков форум кој што има регионален импакт. Среќна сум што сте тука сите, навистина сум, да речем, уште еднаш благословена да бидам дел од вас. Исто така не слушаат и вашите, односно наши учесници онлайн од Србија, Босна, Косово и Албанија. Меѓутоа имаме и говорници од Хонг Конг, од Шведска, од Португалија и така натаму, ќе ги слушнеме малку подоцна. Она за што сме свесни сите и она што веројатно со своји очи го гледаме е промената или шифтот на она што е приоритет за нашите вработени или она што е приоритет за нашите колеги. Ако императив порано бил инкамот или високата плата за талентите да останат со нас, тоа очигледно повеќе не е така. Некои најнови истражувања велат дека дури 55% од нашите колеги си заминуваат затоа што немаат чувство на припадност, затоа што немаат чувство дека некој ги прегрнува во нашите компании или дека ги поддржува. Меѓутоа 44% од нив си одат заради токсична работна средина. Со што, нели, се соочуваме. Освен Паблик, кој што го шејпуваше овој форум, тука е и секако Германската агенција за меѓународен развој, кој што е партнер на Паблик. И среќна сум во овој момент што на почетокот на овој форум ќе поканам двајца врвни говорници. Тоа е заменик министерот за економија и труд Маријан Ристески, а веднаш после него господин Давид Оберхубер, директор на Германската агенција за меѓународен развој. Се надевам дека ќе слушнеме вредни мисли и пораки, дека ќе понесеме со себе нешто од вас. Повелете.
Почитувани присутни, почитувани гости, прво да се заблагодарам за поканата на овој форум, кој што е организиран од страна на Паблик и исто така голема благодарност за учеството на Германското друштво за интернационална соработка ГИС. Навистина ова е една од битните и клучни теми кои треба да се дискутираат тука на Балканот, посебно во Република Македонија, и ние сме навистина сведоци на одлив на работна сила секој ден. Секојдневно сме сведоци како заминуваат нашите колеги, нашите пријатели, нашите комши. Едноставно Македонија треба да направиме понатаму сите заедно, да не биде само одскочна даска за одлив на кадри, квалификувани кадри во другите држави, него да ги задржиме тие кадри, да работат, да творат и да ја развиваат економијата во Република Македонија. Вашиот колега, како што кажавте, заминал пред неколку дена, меѓутоа, верувајте, многу мои колеги имаат заминато до сега, и роднини, и пријатели, и тоа чувство е навистина многу горко да еден човек со кој што остварувате познанство, пријателство, стекнувате знаење, тука искуство, образование, еден ден го снемува и тој човек заминува во другите држави, на секаде низ светот, каде што се пронајдува, живее среќно и ја заборава државата Република Македонија. Не треба тоа да го правиме и понатаму, едноставно треба да градиме на позитивна симбиоза помеѓу креаторите на политиките во Република Македонија, помеѓу бизнис секторот, невладиниот сектор, донаторите, да развиваме квалитетни политики, да развиваме заедничка стратегија, која што стратегија ќе ги направи пред се луѓето среќни во Република Македонија. И верувајте, од она што го имам како искуство, моје поголемо и подолго политичко и практично искуство во животот, не е само платата еден од врвните приоритети на граѓаните, би рекол, може би тоа е една од главните мотивации. Меѓутоа, една од главните причини е секако и односот, човечкиот однос меѓу луѓето, квалитетната работна средина, можноста во средината, луѓето да се едуцираат, да напредуваат, меѓучовечките односи да се подобруваат и се она што би предизвикало навистина една позитивна клима, да луѓето се чувствуваат пријатно во средината каде што работат. Тоа треба сите да направиме, пред се со воведување на квалитетно образование, кое ќе продуцира кадри кои што се навистина дефицитарни и се потребни во моментот на македонската економија. Исто така треба да продуцираме и квалитетни и современи менаџери, управители на фирми, кои што ќе имаат многу подобра комуникација и начин на вреднување во самите компании и секако треба да продуцираме навистина невладини организации, граѓански здруженија, кои што ќе се посветуваат на оваа проблематика, која е една од главните во Република Македонија и ќе овозможат навистина по-добро, да речам, вклопување на овие два фактори преку тие едукативни програми, кои што ќе води понатаму со резултат. Ние работиме на такви теми, како Министерство за економија и труд и влада, преку оперативниот план, новиот оперативен план кој ќе биде изгласен за неколку дена во владата на Република Македонија, ги усогласуваме сите оние потреби на македонската економија и стопанство, како и пазарот на трудот, со европските регулативи, меѓутоа и со стратегиите и потребите на владата и македонската економија и стопанство. Иначе, да ви кажам дека секогаш низ вакви форуми и средби може многу да се научи, посебно во цена мислењето и на странските донатори, кои што исто така вршат едукативни програми тука во Република Македонија и ние треба да учиме од позитивните искуства на другите држави кои што на овој или онај начин многу подобро го решиле проблемот со задржување на работната сила во Република Македонија. Мојата порака, нема да должам многу, ова е сепак едно официјално отворање, каде што сакам и јас да слушнам други искуства, идеи овдека да ги прифатиме, да ги имплементираме како влада. Меѓутоа, мојата порака е дека сите заедно треба да направиме многу, да ги задржиме луѓето во државата, да работат, да екзистираат, да живеат во оваа прекрасна Македонија што имаме, да не дозволуваме да ни се одлеваат кадри. Јака држава може да биде само со квалитетна работна сила и квалитетен народ во таа држава. Без народ нема држава. И благодарам на вниманието.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from public, as hosts of the conference, thank you for the invitation. Dear Deputy Minister, dear representatives from companies, when I first read the title of the conference, Companies Doing Good, I was a little bit getting distance to the conference, because I thought it's not the job of the companies to do good, it's the job of the companies to earn money and to develop the society as a whole by doing business. I needed a little bit to adapt, and I think it is important to understand doing good does not mean that you have to donate or you have to give something. It's not about charity, it is about performance. And that is, I think, what we want to discuss today, and what is the main topic of this conference. We are very much used, and I'm coming and representing here Germany. You know, we just got a new government, and we had in the last months a lot of complaints by the society what the government has to do. And what we see also here on the Western Balkans, we are usually always approaching and addressing the governments. The government has to solve the labor shortage. The government has to solve the employee retention problem. The government has to solve the low productivity we have in the country. But there are a lot of ways also by the companies in acting on that matter. And this is, I think, what we want to discuss today. We want to discuss what companies can do by themselves. We have the labor market, which is somehow outside of the companies, and we have HR, which is somehow inside of the companies. In the end, this is all the same. The companies live from the labor market, and the companies are actually building the labor market with all their employees. Therefore, we need this cooperation between government and companies also in how we are developing the workforce, how we are becoming attractive as companies. And being attractive as companies is not only a salary issue. Yes, it's always nice to get a salary increase. I'm also an employee, and we are, a lot of us, I think, are employees. We are happy to follow that. But in the reality and looking into how our society is functioning, there are many more aspects in the atmosphere of a company which are relevant for the employee satisfaction. And this is the one side. The other side is talking about productivity. There is the necessity of demanding certain things from the employees. And I think this is the second part we have to discuss. How is actually this relationship in giving orders, demanding a certain direction of what we are doing. On the other side, as employee, being part of these decisions, how we are organizing the company. And these are all aspects. I'm not an expert on that. I'm very happy that Public convened so many experts here who will then address these topics, so that we will go into that discussion. As a last matter, I would like to add, as a German government agency, we are representing the policies and implementing the German policies here in the region. There is we know that part of the brain drain the Deputy Minister was mentioning is going to Germany, is going to the EU member states. And we all know that the individual companies have an interest to get as much talent as possible, but we are talking about individual decisions. And I can assure everyone that there is no strategic policy of Germany to increase that brain drain. It is a situation we are in the European Union, and we all know that rural regions, also within EU member states, are losing people which are moving to the cities. We all know that then from the from the different countries in the European Union and around the European Union. People are moving to other countries. This is, I think, also part of the discussion we should have here. Because behind all this movement, there are personal decisions of people, which is the most difficult probably to control from government. We are always expecting that migration and movement of people is something we can control. We cannot control it, but we can influence it. And that would be also part of this discussion. And what I would like to ask people in this conference today, to start with the thinking, what can companies do? And based on that, to approach then the governments, what companies and the government should do jointly. And then I think we can also address these demands to the government. But that would be then the second step. So I wish everyone a very good discussion. I'm very happy that we have so many people here. I hope there are also a lot of people here outside in the digital sphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oberhuber, for remarkable input. And Macedonians are going into Croatia, and those there темата на денешниот форум е, како што видовте, Navigate Work Culture, или она што ние сакаме да го наречеме, да креираме, да култивираме, да создадеме работни средини во кои што нашите талентирани колеги, нашите вработени, ќе сакаат да придонесуваат, да создаваат, да останат и заедно да градиме компанија која што има смисла и која што има некаква причина. Партнерството помеѓу Германската агенција за меѓународен развој и Public трае веќе 6 години, има импакт во 5 балкански земји и она што го промовира, односно социјалното менторство, е многу повеќе од само mix and match или она што е, да речеме, да го наречеме еднаквост во равенката. Тоа е еден мултидисциплинарен пристап, една методологија која што подразбира дека за двете страни ќе направиме добро. Односно, за вработените кои што се надвор од компаниите, овозможува практични алатки, знаења, вештини, меѓутоа и градење на самодоверба, за да можат да и пристапат на компанијата, меѓутоа исто така и за компаниите нудат еден моќен онбординг процес во кој што ќе овозможат да научат како да ги задржат талентираните вработени. Многу ми е кејф дека на сцената ќе ја викнам Климентина Илиевски, извршен директор на Public, основоположник на ова менторство. Таа е светол пример во нашето општество и во нашата заедница, некој кој што е пионер во областа, некој што пред 20 години ми кажа, кога излезе од една компанија, сакам да работам нешто во што верувам. И многу ми е кејф дека денес те гледам, се уште да го работиш тоа во што веруваш.
Почитуван заменик министер Маријан Ристевски, почитуван кантри директор на ГИС за Македонија и Косово Давид Оберхубер, почитувани гости, спикери, представници на бизнисите, представници на институциите, представници на граѓанскиот сектор, почитувани социјални ментори од 5 земји во регионот. Би сакала да ви посакам добре дојде на 5-тиот поред форум на добри компании, кој што ќе го стави фокусот на она што се случува во моментов на пазарот на труд, на тој променлив пазар на труд, на предизвиците со кои што во моментов се соочуваат бизнисите, а тоа е одливот на мозоци и недостигот на работна сила. Ова го покажува и бизнис барометарот на Западен Балкан во 2024 година, дека во суштина овие проблеми се пречките кои што го отежнуваат функционирањето на бизнисите во Западен Балкан. Од друга страна пак, како бизниси се соочуваме и со нови потреби и очекувања од страна на работната сила, што стана можда многу поеќе поизразено после COVID пандемијата, но започна уште во 2014 година, кога на пазарот на труд почна да се вклучува генерацијата Z. Тоа се луѓе кои што лица, нови вработени, кои што се водат од вредности. Тоа се лица кои што сакаат да направат промени во општеството. Тоа се лица кои што можда сакаат брзи резултати, меѓутоа се водат од она што сакаат да го направат како импакт во просторот во кој што делуваат. Според Randstad Work Monitorот, исто за 24 година, кој што ги следи потребите на работниците, она што одскокнува од изминатите години е дека веќе не е платата таа што е високо на врвот, секако е тука и платата, меѓутоа се повеќе станува важно за самите работници каков баланс им овозможува работното место, односно дали успеваат да имаат приватен и професионален живот без работата да им влијае на приватниот живот. Во исто време, ова глобално истражување покажува дека на работниците, како што веќе напомена и Зорица, им станува исклучително важно да чувствуваат припадност на работното место. И затоа се поеќе бизниси во светот почнуваат да го отвараат прашањето, да ставаат внимание на тоа како да создадат по-кохезивно работно обкружување. Затоа што станува евидентно дека точно е платата е таа што ги привлекува работниците. Меѓутоа, работната култура ги задржува работниците на работното место. Прашањето што ќе го отвориме на овој форум, значи колку ставаме внимание во градењето на таква стимулативна, погодна работна култура, колку успеваме да се посветиме на ова прашање во бурата, активности, дневни, месечни, неделни планови, годишни планови, секогаш ова на некој начин ни останува прашање за кога ќе имаме време. Меѓутоа, и како што кажа една од директорките на управен одбор во една голема македонска компанија, со овој тренд што ни се случува на одлив на работна сила, на ваква флуктуација, доколку не го ставаме вниманието на наоѓање начини вработените да чувствуваат припадност и да се задоволни на самото работно место, за 5 години веројатно ќе ни се случи проблем затоа што нема кој да го создава тој профит, значи ќе ни заминат работниците. На денешниот форум, освен што ќе се сврнеме на нови насоки, увиди преку нашите гости говорници кои што ќе ни дадат добри пракси, кои што верувам дека ќе можеме да ги примениме и ние овдека на Балканот, ќе слушнеме и нови начини за тоа какви алатки можеме да примениме во нашето делување. Меѓутоа, многу ми е драго што меѓу нас се и представници на институциите на Министерството за економија, кои што за да можеме да изградиме ова култура, стимулативна работна култура, на кој начин државата може да понуди мерки кои што ќе ги поддржат бизнисите во креирањето на таква поддржувачка работна средина. На денешниот форум, драго ми е што имаме одлични гости од Франција, Шпанија, Србија, Македонија, кои што се денес присутни со нас во оваа сала, но и говорници од Хонг Конг, од Португалија, од Словенија, Данска, Шведска, Белгија, кои што ќе можеме да ги проследиме онлайн. Од нашиот говорник Чарли Фелгейт, човекот на кој што му беше тесени декатлон за да може да ги реализира своите соништа, па сега влијае на еден многу поширок систем, работи со лидери на компании на кои што се обидува да им го промени на некој начин мајндсетот за да можат да делуваат на еден поинаков начин во создавањето на економија која што е центрирана кон човекот. Ти благодарам, Чарли, за твоето присуство. Со нас е денес и Франциск Аргал, кој што ќе ни донесе еден концепт нов за нас, меѓутоа стар во европските земји, се применува веќе некое време, се вика Design for All. И ќе ни донесе информација како овој пристап ги подобрува процесите во компаниите. А нашата говорничка од Шведска, Ема, ќе зборува за концептот leadership и пристапот bubble hopping, кој што стана нешто што на лидерите им направи промена во делувањето. За подобро да се разберат себе си, но подобро да ги разберат и тие околу нив, другите. Драго ми е што денес со нас е и Бојан. Бојан Симич, собственик на фирма од 200 вработени. Она што ми беше многу интересно за оваа компанија е што просечната возраст на вработени кај нив е 24 години. Нивните пристапи за комуникација со генерацијата Z, верувам дека на сите нас ќе ни отворат нови перспективи. Исто како и праксите што ќе ги сподели една од директорките на Пандора, која што ќе ни се вклучи онлайн. Интересна е праксата на она што ќе го слушнеме од Словенија, на Саша од Инеа, фирмата која собствениците сакале да ја продадат, вработените одлучиле да ја купат. Посакувам од овој форум заминеме пред се инспирирани, а и со знаење, значи, за овие нови пристапи кон новата транзиција кон економија фокусирана кон човекот, што секако бара трансформирање на работните системи, бара создавање култура на вклученост, поттикнување иновативност, поголемо вложување во човечкиот капитал и лидерство со вредности. Искрено верувам дека оние фирми кои што ќе бидат успешни за 10 години, ќе бидат фирмите кои што ќе го препознаат и имплементираат ова што денес ќе го зборуваме. Тоа се новите трендови за важноста на работната култура, за различноста, за инклузивноста, за припадноста и вложувањето во човечкиот капитал. И верувам дека сите ние овде денес ќе бидеме предводници на таа промена. Ви благодарам.
Благодарам, Тина. Пред малку ви кажав дека сум во процес на регрутација на нови членови на нашиот тим. И она што постојано ги прашуваме и секого го прашуваме е зошто аплициравте. И не доаѓа ред да ги прашам колегите што се по 13, по 17 години во нашата компанија, зошто останувате. Веројатно е тоа по приоритетното прашање што треба да си го поставиме самите на себе и на нашите колеги. Но она што е драматично и она што, да кажам, е навистина импресивно се податоците што ги добивме од последното истражување, последниот сурвеј на Randstad Work Monitor 2025. И дозволете ми да споделам нешто што верувам дека ќе остави впечаток кај вас. Тоа е истражување на 26.000 вработени worldwide. Јасно ни е дека платата повеќе не е императив или не е она што натежнува версус работната култура, здравата средина, третманот на работа, поддршката, менторингот и така натаму. Во, како да кажам, последните 2 декади, односно во првпат во 22 годишната историја на овој извештај, рамнотежата помеѓу работата и приватниот живот го надминува инкамот, односно платата. И ова не е само мала промена, односно ова е целосен шифт на приоритетите. На почетокот ви спомнав дека 55% од вработените ја напуштаат компанијата затоа што не чувствуваат припадност, не чувствуваат дека се добредојдени или прифатени во компанијата. 48% би ја напуштиле добро платената плата, односно добро платената позиција, затоа што компанијата не ги шерува, не ги дели истите вредности што ги има поединецот. Така е затоа што ние луѓето не бараме само работа и плата, бараме смисла, бараме нешто што ќе го исполни нашиот живот што ќе не направи да се чувствуваме исполнети, дека придонесуваме и дека придонесуваме, нели, за подобар живот и на нашето семејство. 62% од испитаниците рекле дека сакаат да се чувствуваат на работното место автентични, меѓутоа сепак голем дел од нив кријат дел од својот личен живот на работа. 41% од вработените ќе дадат отказ доколку не дознаат или доколку не се убедени дека во компанијата или организацијата имаат простор за напредок. 85% од вработените велат дека чувството на заедништво, припадништво, чувството на, нели, добри колеги, добро друштво на работа им прави да се чувствуваат подобро и помотивирано и секако да можат да, нели, вложат повеќе. На Балканот, да, секако дека имаме brain drain, со тоа сме, нели, соочени секој ден. На луѓето кои што се од Балканот, важно им е да се чувствуваат безбедни, односно да знаат дека нивната работа е провайдер или нуди безбедно, сигурно работно место. Тоа се 88% од испитаниците, а рамнотежата помеѓу животот, само бројки, нели, слушаме статистики, ќе ги слушнеме и ќе продолжиме со нашите животи. Меѓутоа, ние ова го живееме секој ден, така, ние, вие, сите, затоа што работата е 1/3 од нашиот живот, ние 1/3 од нашиот живот се дружиме со нашите колеги, нашите вработени и во нашите канцеларии поминуваме. Така да ова е една статистика која што може да треба да ја подразмислиме од утре натаму. Сега сакам да го поканам на сцената Небојша Илиевски, кој што е еден од основачите на овој форум, еден кој што го шејпуваше и кој што го форматираше со историја или бекграунд и едукација на Машински факултет, дополнително знаење во блокчейн технологија и вештачка интелигенција. Секако дека практикува и НЛП практики и теорiju и едва чекам да слушнам нешто повеќе за тоа, да. Повели. Да.
Hello. Such a nice room. Do I know you from? Yeah. Okay, welcome. It really is a nice room. And I always have this feeling, this thought actually, that if these guys would be one company or one institution or one government, how would it look like? Would it work, right? Would that be a change-making entity? Because you can sense that we are kind of connected on the different level. Maybe not that much on a cognitive, maybe yes, but also on some other deeper level. And that will make a difference. Otherwise it won't, or it will. You know, the biggest issue today, it's not the global warming, it's not many wars that are happening, etc. It's this sense of insignificance that we are holding within us. The system is too big, the company is too big, the world is too big, so I can do anything. So I cannot change anything. This sentence makes all the difference in terms of the decadency that we are witnessing. And then in that story comes self-reflection. And I came today here with my speech. Actually, I didn't. I woke up with my speech. But then something happened and I needed to throw it in a can. Because I noticed that I came here to talk to you about how leaders should act, right? How should it be? How the attention and intention should be merged together. And think about that. Where do we put our attention? What is really happening in our companies? So can we make a difference by that simple act of putting our attention on something else? But today, this morning, I found myself, even though I usually, before these events, I do my yoga, I do some kind of meditation, etc. I found myself editing a video, right? Why? Because yesterday at 11 o'clock, I got a call from Denmark, from our fellow citizen, Frosina from Pandora. She was, I must say, devastated to say, I cannot make it for tomorrow. Something happened. I don't know how my leadership didn't know that. I scheduled the timing, etc., but I cannot show up tomorrow. We have a huge leaders meeting and I cannot come. Charlie said, well, it is what it is. He was there when I received the call. But then we continued talking and we ended up talking this morning over Zoom, and I have this video recorded. And at 9 o'clock, I was editing it instead of going maybe through my keynotes. So my speech today looks like this. Okay. And I love that. I love this moment of not knowing, you know, because it's a lot of wisdom in that moment, you know, because what I'm hearing today are beautiful things like, David, yes, companies doing good. But what we say is when companies do good, they also do well. This is the new something that we want to maybe bring attention to today. So my attention this morning was on something different. And what is our attention actually, right? When we speak about, yes, active listening, etc. But then we find ourselves in front of another, he is talking, but we are kind of there and maybe not. Where is your attention now? I'm raising my voice so it can be here, right? But maybe geographically you are here, but the attention could be on some other stuff, right? So in company, when you are engaged, doing big things, huge things, I'm a mechanical engineer, Zoka kindly reminded me. Yeah, and I understand that, I get that. I get the processes in the factories. I get the processes even in companies that are selling information. And I know the urgency and I act like one, as I did this morning. But what is it that we can really do as a system that can make the company be good to its environment and then do good for itself? It's completely true that we need profits, and without them, we will not be able to do anything. Our new paradigm is that thinking about belonging, about how people are in our company, are not anymore part of the values, something to put in the mission. No, it's a tool. And we have proofs for that. We have been in many companies throughout Balkans. Thank you, Edzed, for this opportunity, because it's an ideal merge. Because companies are hesitant to talk about something that is not core business. But then we have good examples. And we enter and we see the urgencies that are happening. But then with just a little nudge, some miracles are happening. Maybe we'll hear from some HR managers that I see here in the room to testify those small changes that make all the difference. So when we talk about the sense of belonging, what does it mean? What does it mean to belong? Do I belong in this room? I felt loved this morning, I must say. Many hugs. So is that somebody needs something from me, right? He praises something that I have. Okay, so when we say in Macedonia, do you want on Monday your feet to go backwards or power the company? This is how I want to feel. This is how I want my surrounding to feel. Can we enable it as a company? Well, the thing is that we can. And this is not a huge operation that we need to do. Those are small, little actions. The first one being putting attention to it. Positioning one man who will think about that a part of his regular job. And this is the process. This is something that is happening not only in companies that we visit, not only in Europe, it is happening globally. And to testify that, I have invited our friends, and I'm very thankful to you, Majid and Nimet, that you will join us. So I'll ask technicians to bring Majid up. Majid is the founder of Mark V Consultancy, and he is actually an executive coach in Hong Kong. He said, not in Hong Kong, in the small city just nearby. Guangzhou is the name of the city. I needed to read it. Can we see Majid on the screen? Alexander, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Majid. Welcome.
Any echo, or is all right?
It's good. I love
Hi,
it.
everyone.
How you
Hello.
sound? Okay. Majid, I said you're from a small city near Hong Kong, 120 kilometers. How many citizens?
Actually, I'm in Guangzhou, China right now. It's nearly 5 p.m. in the afternoon. And I'm in Guangzhou, and I was born and raised in Hong Kong, and I start my training business in Guangzhou. So to be exact and to be clear to everyone, I've prepared a map of China. Actually, I'm right here. Very little tip in the southern side of China. So I'm right here and quite far away from every one of you. So it's thank you, Nash, for introducing me and inviting me to this conference.
Beautiful. If I can
We have
picture.
yeah. We Guangzhou City, we got 20 million citizens, and the whole province, Guangdong province, we got 120 million citizens in the whole Guangdong province. So it's quite a big city, and the GPT is very high in the southern side of China.
Thank you very much, Majid. So small city of near 20 million. Yugoslavia was 20 million, if I can recall. My age says so. And the province is 27 million, you said. If you had only 0.1% market share, you would have like 200,000 people or 20,000.
Yeah, actually, it's a very big market.
Okay.
Yes.
It's good. If you use that, just to picture where we are, if you use that pen that you showed us, your province with, you can point it in the part of Europe with a, its head. And this is how they call us, the dot country, because like a dot, this is what we are in the world. But when people come, we have testified that yesterday with Mr. Argal and Charlie. It's a beautiful country. We would like to welcome you here, Majid, at some point. Majid,
Yes.
from this distance, from this geography, when we look at China, you know what comes to my mind? It comes discipline, efficiency, it comes technological breakthrough, big city, etc. Is something else also happening, or is that it?
Yeah, actually, I think there are a lot of different kind of information lacking or information twisting around the world, like everywhere, or even in company, in families, we're all doing the same thing. Actually, it's quite free here, unlike what we have heard outside. And we can run our own business, we can do everything freely, as long as you don't do anything against the law. Well, everywhere it's the same, right? Someone go to your home and they eat and they don't break your things. So that's the whole point. So it's actually not that crazy or that controlling. So it's very a free place. Oh, I'm actually in my own training institute right now.
Okay. How does it look? Do you want to show us?
Oh, okay.
Over there.
Okay.
Just to 360, you don't have to walk. If you want, you can. But yeah.
Oh, where I'm sitting right now is like the back of our training area, and I've got lights around me. Okay, and here's the training area.
My friend, this looks like a setup space. Come on.
Yeah, the conference is important to me. That's why.
Okay, beautiful. So, who is sitting on those chairs? Who do you talk to when who is asking for coaching and help?
Yeah,
maybe why?
Sometimes we do a lot of public trainings, and then I've got a lot of corporate training as well. So sometimes a company will come with all their employees, and they will have the training here on team building, on communication, on leadership. Actually, communication is a very big problem here in the corporate world. They spend a lot of time on delivering messages and spending a lot of emotions on getting mad of people couldn't understand what they are talking about. So it's actually always like that around the world. And what I do is try to break the barrier and to create the same language within the company. So so it will be much easier for them to get moving on.
So you also said, again, on the fun side in our conversation, that we are in the 9th circle of luck out of 9 circles. What does it mean? Did you notice some changes lately that are maybe triggered by this phenomenon that you praise in China? Okay,
so I think the old Chinese tradition methodology is quite interesting to all people around the world. And it's like that, okay? In the China old tradition, there is a luck cycle, luck, L-U-C-K, luck cycle. It changed every 20 years. So from 2024, it changed from the 8th cycle to the 9th cycle, from number 8 to number 9. And the 8th cycle, which is from 2004 to 2024. So in that period of time, all those properties, investment, everything grows so fast. So I think everyone can realize that starting from 2020, all the properties are going down, and the stock market, you couldn't expect anything happening like so crazy. And then something start growing up, which is the number 9 luck. It's actually talking about psychology. The representing symbol is flame. A flame that is very strong, even is a purple color. It represents our heart. It represents communication. It represents internet. It represents psychology. So starting from in China, there's very easy to spot on changing happened before the COVID and after the COVID. Before the COVID, everybody's only focused on how they make more money, only focusing on how they can earn more, buy more property and get more rental, and they just keep on piling up their money. And after the pandemic, a lot have changed. People start to care about what they think. They start to care about their health. They start to care about communication. They start to care about their heart. So that's where psychology really gets in and trainings really gets in, because we don't have that much of inquiry of corporate communication training before the pandemic.
Yeah.
We only have sales training and leadership training, and that's it. But in the past 2 or 3 years, there are all leadership and communication trainings requests coming in.
Thank you, I must say, for shifting this luck circle thing into something that we can relate to, like COVID. And yes, during the COVID, is it like you're saying that people were started to care more about themselves? So does it reflect to managers? What kind of support do they ask for? So do you have maybe an example or something that can picture a story for us? What's happening there?
There's a case here. We have got one student who came here. She is from a huge accounting firm, and she have got about more than 100 employees, staff under her. And then she have got a few bosses up on top. So as a manager, it's very hard to balance things because they've got different orders to them, and they need to deliver their orders and make sure the things are working right. So that manager, she have got one main problem. Other directors never yelled at other managers.
Okay.
The director only yelled at her. But you have to have that own sense of knowledge to realize that why it only happens on me. Because if you don't have that sense, it will be like, hey, you're a bad person. Why you always yell at me? But then she find out that actually there's something about me to create that kind of situation. And then she came here, she started having our trainings, and then she realized one very, very important point, okay? We can take some notes on this. For when we're delivering some kind of information, when we are trying to tell people things, make the answer come first, or the solution come first. Yeah. When your opponent or when you're communicating the other party, they start asking you questions about your solution, then you can talk about the detail. Okay, so that manager is not doing that at work. What she's trying to do is like, I wake up at 8 and then I start out the door at 8:15 and then I take the bus. Yeah, the storytelling. And at the whole point, what she's trying to say is, oh, it's raining today. Okay, so it's so pointless and so like wasting a lot of time, which creates the manager, the director keep yelling at her. And then she changed her communication skills. She changed the way she presents, and then the manager stopped yelling at her in minutes and asking her, what the hell happened to you? Why you have changed so much? Actually, it's just a little split and a little bit of our self-awareness. It will create a much easier place to work and a much happier place to work.
It's a beautiful story. My takeaway is that the manager who is leading 100 people below her has this issue with her manager, and instead of, if somebody from her management, from the people she manages, certainly saw her, for example, inabilities to act in a certain way, but they were not so brave to maybe tell it, right? They were not telling what is happening, but somebody who is higher in a hierarchy was prone enough to post it. And then the manager reflected on herself and said, what is it that I can do so that this cycle can stop? And that's, you're pointing out the big difference, the self-awareness, turning the lens from them to me. Thank you. It's a very picturesque story. Okay.
So when we go everywhere, the first thing we teach about is self-awareness.
Self-awareness.
When the employee got self-awareness, when the manager got self-awareness, when the boss got self-awareness, it will be much more easier to create a better place to work for and work in.
Thank you very much, Majid, for joining us. Do you have any last words for us?
Thank you, Nash. And I'm so happy to be in this convention. And I hope everybody can learn a lot from today's and got some ideas from my sharing. And I'm doing all good here in China, and hope someday we can see each other face to face.
A beautiful session. Thank you very much. Can I have a round of applause for this guy? Thank you very much. Thank you, Majid. Now, as I asked the technicians to... Oh, Nimet has already joined. Dear Nimet, hello, nice to see you. I met Nimet as an executive coach. She's from Portugal. Then I learned that she was a manager for 20 years or more of a huge development agency, leading leaders, global leaders all across the globe, and having 5,000 people in that company. And then, on the end, I learned that she actually started as a coach, and then she was headhunted to lead this corporation. So this is the story, actually, where the story actually begins, where it gets really, really interesting. Welcome, Nimet. I always call you Nimet, like, yeah. So how this story came about? What was your road? And welcome to Macedonia from Portugal.
Oh, thank you so much, Nash, and hello to everyone in the audience as well. The journey is, I see my career as a bit of a sandwich, that I started in education, very quickly realized that my attention was always around what was happening between either the teacher and the students, the teachers and the teachers, and that captured my attention, and very quickly went into building and learning about emotional intelligence, people skills, realized that running trainings only was not making as big a difference as starting to work with systems and with leaders who themselves also needed support on that. Then was headhunted into the Aga Khan Development Network and started as a deputy to the director, and very quickly got promoted. I think my enthusiasm was a breath of fresh air for everyone. Through quick successions of promotions, ended up being the global director of an organization running schools in over 13 countries in very disadvantaged areas of the world. And so, of course, the challenge as an executive was huge mission, huge vision, great need, limited resources, both in terms of capacity, capability, and multiple stakeholders, from volunteers to governance, and different cultures in different countries. And part of why I'm so pleased to be here, sharing the topic that you're doing, is I did experience burnout in a very significant way. And thanks to my previous experience, was able to catch it and start to make the journey out. So today I'm in my early 60s, in a new chapter in my life, taking the experiences of both pre-executive and during executive to now really realize what was missing for me that made the work hard, and what were the wonderful things that had made the work so satisfying, and supporting organizations and leaders around that.
Beautiful, because I know you as somebody who is very thoughtful and wise and holistic. I just want to bring you back to shoes. So you came there from the coaching position. Now you're a leader. Being a coach, you would coach leaders to do things. But then in the position of a leader, what was that nobody prepared you for, that surprised you? So you mentioned you had also a burnout, etc.
Yes, so thank you for that question. And you would think as a coach of leaders, I would have come in very wise already. But there is a difference between being on the outside of something, able to see, and especially working on as a coach, the inner realities for leaders and the choices. So what I was not prepared for was that getting really clear as a leader on what the roles and responsibilities and accountability was. Because sometimes I would take accountability for things that were nothing to do with me. The roles and responsibilities would evolve and change, that organizations will give you more work if you do well. And you're the one who has to say, in order for us to be successful, here's what I need to reprioritize. I learned that after. We have to be very clear. I wish someone had said, get very clear about who are the people you need to pull up and develop, but who is supporting you to continue to grow. And that was my blind spot, is I didn't set up for myself enough coaching and support along the way. The other thing nobody prepared me for was, while I had an understanding that people all have their own inner world, how prevalent that is in organizations, especially when you're working with peers who are also leaders in other departments or other organizations, is they are focused on their piece. And to have their attention on collaboration requires curiosity and understanding and relationship building way before the agenda can be spoken about. So relationships became even more important. I wish someone had said, first thing you do is build relationships, and understand other people's priorities so that you can begin to match them. My own growth and success had goodwill, but also people who did not appreciate that there was promotion. So someone preparing me that you're going to have people who will love you and support you, and others who will have a problem with your success. And how do you continue to stay focused on what you're doing around that? And that as leaders, for someone to have early on said to me, how you are is influencing the culture. So if you're not looking after yourself and your inputs and how you do that input, you are unaware that you are influencing the culture yourself. So these were some, Nesh, and I could go on, but I know time is very preciously tight for this session.
But it's beautiful to listen to you. The tone that you're mentioning is suggesting, and it reminded me on a quote that my friend once said to me, like the leadership role, we do not realize how lonely it is, how lonely leaders are in their shoes, right? Many people around them, many things, many etc., but they are alone in that. So I'm asking the coach today, I'm bringing you back to today, right? And ask if you could give yourself 2 advices to the Nimet who was leading the huge company. What would it be?
Well, so to my 20-year younger self,
okay,
and I say that to myself even today, it's sort of the guiding principle for me now is, what kind of person are you becoming? So I would have asked myself to keep that uppermost. And why do I say that? Is the more stressed, burnt out, the more time zones I was traveling, my sleep was very disrupted. And so my own well-being became on the back burner. And consequently, no matter what my intentions were, our bodies take a toll. It takes a toll on our perception, on our ability to engage and notice. And so I became less and less aware of the emotional side of my team. And that's not the kind of person that I was relating. So the further away that, so the advice would be, stay close to your values. And the other advice I'd say is get a good coach right from the beginning. Here I was a coach who didn't get myself a coach. I mean, that was the biggest blind spot ever, because that coach would have helped me to, how are you and what kind of person are you becoming as you get more and more senior in terms of the choices you're making on how you're managing yourself. And the other thing I would say is that during the journey, and many in the audience will be at different stages of leadership and will continue to grow maybe in seniority if that's a choice, is transition points. Is at transition points. So when you're moving from, let's say, a department manager to now a leader, or you get a seat on the board, or that these are transition points, and to continuously reevaluate. Firstly, is this still aligned with what interests me, where my strengths are, and the kind of person I will become in this role? And is this what I want? And the other is remembering that you are more than your role. The role in your job, your leadership role, you are more than that. And that this role is finite. It will end one day, or it will evolve, or it will change. And so paying attention to the you, who are your values and who you want to be, I think is the advice I'd give myself then, and I continue to give myself today in the choices that I'm making.
Beautiful. So you are saying that I'm not my creativity and not my beauty and everything, no?
In fact, you are all of it. And when those things, through being stressed or burnt out, get pushed down, because we then fall into sometimes the trap of what are good leaders supposed to do. It's that, 24/7, 3 mobile phones, I can manage on 6 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep. Then we lose all the rest of what your team members and your organization would benefit from.
Beautiful. A sentence come to my mind. You're suggesting humbleness. Be humble, they say, because you're made of dust, but also be noble because you are also made of stars, right?
Yes. And the humility is beautiful because it says keep growing and learning. And there is a pleasure in that if we allow ourselves to know that I don't have to know everything.
That's a hard thing to admit, but I can say that, for example, our social mentors all over Balkans, that's one huge thing that I notice at them. When the mentees, people who really need support, ask something and they don't know, they are brave enough to say, I don't know, but I'll check it out for you. Okay. And that's a huge thing to say. That's a bravery. Nimet, thank you very much. Will you leave us with some words?
I would leave you with the words that know that you, each one of us, is genuinely doing the best from a place of good intention. And our actions may not always produce the results of our intention, which is positive. And that's okay, that we can change and learn how to implement our intention by learning more ways of communicating, increasing the choices. But everyone in our teams and around us are genuinely, if we ask enough, and I've learned through this as a coach, is if you ask yourself what's the intention behind some of the behaviors, they're often and nearly every time very positive. So it's a kindness towards ourselves and each other, and we can learn to improve the actions, which is what others receive, in a way that matches the delivery of our intention, that we get the outcome we want. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Nimet. I know you, and you are an executive of TL Berry House, and I know that people you coaches, the executives you coach, are lucky to have you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the session.
So, thank you for listening. Thank you for still being here, right? Here, okay? Okay, cool. So what we heard is a frame of that something is happening globally already. So China, at least my perception, I told you my perception, Majid brought us the sense of a difference from COVID on. So now managers are prompt to look at themselves for the mistakes or for the, what can I do better? And they are searching for help. As Nimet said, even coach, when they step on the leadership positions, in the leadership shoes, it's not by default that the coach in them will prevail. No, the challenges very much tears you apart. So we have to be mindful of that. And just to mention a short note about what we will see downstream, I'll ask our dear guest, Francesc Aragal. Can you please stand up? Nadia, one mic there. This is Francesc Aragal. He will be talking after lunch.
Hello.
About the design for all. Can you translate this mystic thing into numbers, maybe? Something that we can relate to so we know what to expect after lunch?
Yeah. Well, in the lunch, you just mentioned the word humbles. I will introduce the humbles method.
Humbles method, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the idea is that to transform the diversity in richness and to help the diversity to be to help the companies to do good and to do well, as you were mentioned before. Then one of the more impressive examples was Sagrada Familia. Sagrada Familia is a church. Yeah.
Okay, we know it.
It's a church in Barcelona that is unfinished. And the money to finish the church comes from the that people let's say pay to visit the place. And then it was proposed to them to make an investment of 80,000 euros to improve the way funding system in a way that is designed for all. I mean, that is easier to understand to everybody. They were a bit reluctant, I should admit, but finally they did it. And we took the time to calculate what was the return of investment, what we call ROI, of this investment of 80,000 euros. And the return of investment was in 1.6 days. Why? Well, because as the average visit was reduced from 54 minutes to 48 minutes, these minutes allowed them to have more, let's say, entries, and therefore to earn these 80,000 euros in 1.6 days. But bear in mind that this return of investment means that then, after this, every 1.6 days, they were earning 80,000 euros more. That speed up the construction of Sagrada Familia like 4 years. Yeah.
Thank you, Francesc. I'm all ears. Thank you very much for that. Good Charlie. Now, before I give Charlie to Zorica, I will like to please join me on the stage if you can. Charlie? Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know this guy?
Hi.
Hi. Are you good?
I'm very good. Very good.
How do you like Macedonia already?
Wow, look at this.
Look at this. This one.
Hello, lovely people. I've been very well looked after since I've been here. Every day is like Friday. That's what I learned last night.
Because it was Wednesday. This is Sophie. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you, Sophie. Charlie, Sophie is a part of the Gen Z generation, right?
Yeah.
Anyone else born between 97 and 2012? Oh, I would say that, right? Can you stand up, little young boy? Daddy, can you stand up? Take a look. Round up. Gen Z. Does this guy looks like a guy who will say yes to everything as a leader will say to him? No, right? Thank you very much. Will you, Tadej, actually? Will you? If that's how, clever or what? Aligns with what? Well, when would you say yes to a suggestion by the leader, by somebody, entrepreneur? Oh, that's self-reflection, right? Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie. These are the guys and new teams that we are dealing with, right? And you are going to talk about the regenerative leadership, but we met 6 years ago. You reminded me like last month, 6 years ago in Berlin. And we've been part of the youth training. What the youth theory by Otto Scharmer coined at MIT. What did he done? Did it done anything to you?
Yes, we did. We did meet 6 years ago. That training changed my life on a personal and a professional level. And the day after I left you and Tina, I was driving into work, crying my eyes out, because I knew what I was about to do, which was to put all my projects in the trash. Because I was working on the future. And what I didn't realize that the future is already there. You just have to work out how you can tune in to the future, which is what we learned together. And I therefore integrated that into the heart of everything I'm doing.
Right. And then where did you drive to at that moment? You said I was driving to my work. Where did you work then?
Yeah, I was working for a big sports retailer called Decathlon at the time. And I had this great role, which was vision leader, which sounds very not humble. Yeah, I agree. Right. But the role of the vision leader was not to have the vision. The role of the vision leader was to create the spaces necessary for every single individual in the company, that's 105,000 people, to have a safe space where they could share their dreams.
Right.
So I put that on LinkedIn, Dreamweaver. I quickly took it off because it wasn't understood.
Beautiful, beautiful. What do you consider? After this, I'm leaving you to Zorit. She will roast you, but okay.
Wait.
Tell me, what was your one best thing that you think you left the Decathlon with in your role of a vision leader?
It's all about creating the right environment where if you go in, it's easy to organize a conference with thousands of people. And if you want people to share their dreams, to show you who they are, to really tell you what they believe, then you have to create the right conditions for that. And that's what I'm most proud of. You can't just walk in and say, tell me your dreams, tell me your dreams. It doesn't work like that. People have to feel in total trust and confidence to be able to do that. And that's what, do you want some help? And that's what we did. And it was beautiful.
Beautiful.
And not only did we do it with employees, we did it with customers as well.
And it worked for Decathlon.
It did at the time, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to leave you. I will actually very curiously observe what will happen.
Yeah, me too. Hello.
Hello. My name is Zoka Sorica. Разкажа се. За мен останало много малко да кажем. I heard you left Decathlon.
I did.
Cozy job in a corporate environment. It was a midlife crisis or what?
My wife, ex-wife now asked me that too. I guess I'm one of those 44% that
44, yeah.
You talked about that earlier. It was a fantastic job, very comfortable, big team, potential. I just felt a disalignment between what was on the wall, what we were talking about, and what we know
and what
to be what's coming.
Yeah.
The retail industry has to undergo radical change, not incremental change. And that's,
I'm working in retail.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. So in retail, global supply chains, we know they're crumbling. And I could see that, and you present that. And it's also an age thing. I'm 49 soon. If it was 10 years ago, I may have stayed, but I don't feel that that's where I should be. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I made a decision in uncertain times for alignment. So what I'm thinking, saying, feeling, and walking is the same path.
You're a consultant in Fermelecog, right?
I am.
As I understood, yeah. Tell me more about the premise of this regenerative leadership and economy.
I will be doing that. I will be doing that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll.
So we don't. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
But if I don't answer your question, come back to me.
Okay. I will.
Thank you. Right. How are we? We're good? I feel good. I feel like I belong. Thank you for the invitation. Now, I need the thing. Have you got a thing for the slides? This thing, oh, look at this. Brilliant. Well done. Hi. So how does this work? I may need some help. Turn it on. Yeah.
1 second.
There we go. Brilliant. So that was the couple of days after I met Neshko and Tina. You can see it's a while ago because I had some hair over there. Happy. What's important about that photo is that guy there. That's the CEO of Decathlon at the time, who gave me that room that I needed to lead that team of crazy people, talking about vision. Now, I'm going to talk about regenerative leadership this morning. It might be new to some of you, but actually it's very, very old because we used to operate like this for some time. Working in vision today in 2025, you could save yourself 6 months. That's the answer. We just don't really know what's going on. It's a difficult time to predict anything. We live in this VUCA world. You hear about that? VUCA? Does that mean something to you? A world which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. We've been talking VUCA for 30 years already. Actually, today there's a new acronym, which is BANI, B-A-N-I, for brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. It doesn't sound good, does it, to open a keynote with that? Hi. I prefer this acronym for VUCA. We need a vision to understand what's going on today in order to have the courage to adapt. I like that. And that's what I'm trying to work on. We need a vision to understand what's going on, to have the courage to adapt. Courage to adapt. We'll come back to that one. So I'm working in the world of tomorrow, what that could be. And I become obsessed with a question, which is this one. In this uncertain world, is there a system that has always been there, that has never crumbled and never failed? And there is one, and it wasn't made by man. And it's called the living system. And we could call that nature, if you like. And nature has a lot to tell us. Nature is decentralized by nature. Nature has no waste. Nature is interdependent, where every single living organism plays a role in order for everything to thrive, which is interesting. Nature operates under optimization. Photosynthesis is only efficient to 1%. Tali, you would not invest in photosynthesis, but it's necessary to survive. It's 1%. And the fact that nature operates at sub-optimization means that it can act with agility and it can handle uncertainty. So some of the things I might say may appear strange to you, but we can transpose them to the business world. Are you still with me? Good, thank you, thank you. So let's have a look. So we have regenerative businesses, which is a goal right now. There's no regenerative business. There's plenty of businesses which are on this journey. And if companies like Mercedes-Benz and Renault are looking at this, it's super important and very relevant to our subject today about keeping talent in the Balkans. Regenerative businesses are rooted in the wisdom of life, and they aim to create conditions which are conducive for life to thrive. What is regenerative leadership? That is a style of leadership which is inspired from the wisdom of nature. And a good question we can ask everyone in this room is, how can I as a leader create the conditions conducive for life to thrive? Okay, let's move on. So why is this so important today? Well, it's been important for some time. I mean, I'm not going to give you a keynote speech on science and data, but we do have to understand that we are heading towards a planet which is non-habitable, non-livable. And if that's the case, then what's the point in actually having a business if we can't support the conditions for life to thrive? Data and science, super important. The second one is stress, and Nimet referred to this just before. Stress is rife. This is very macroeconomic. This is the world over. Systems are at the point of collapse and fracture. Things are not going well. People are not doing well. Young people in the UK, where I'm from, we have rates of loneliness, depression, anxiety, and suicide that we've never seen. It's going on in Japan. It's going on all over the place. Systems are at a point of fracture, whether they be governmental, economic, health. They're barely standing up on their own feet. They're crying out to break down. And of course, all of this is putting a pressure on the living system, the environment, which is there to help us thrive and live. So this is a vicious circle. And it's important that we talk about stress, and important that we talk about our capacity to deal with that, but also to acknowledge that we're part of the problem. And this is one of the reasons we need regenerative leadership. So I realize that that's not fun for a presentation, but it's super important. I don't believe that normal sustainability is enough. It's not enough. It's not going to cut it. Sustainability is vital, but it's just a step towards something else. I worked in sustainability for years. I promoted it. I lobbied for it. I implemented it. I deployed it. And I watched it fail day after day because it's just not compatible with economic systems. In the middle, you have sustainable. These are the 5 conventional business models. Right, so right on the left, you have conventional. That's a business which is just going to do the bare minimum to survive when it comes to CSR. They're still going to be exploiting and generating the living systems. Then you have green companies who acknowledge that, yes, we need to do a little bit better. So we're going to reduce our carbon emissions and maybe do a bit of social. Good. It's a way to get somewhere. As we head towards net zero, the middle, sustainable, where we're adding no extra harm. I used to think that sustainable was the end game. That was it. But it's not, because that's just a way of paying back our ecological debt, which we owe to the living system. But there is steps afterwards. The first one is restorative. How can we start restoring the living system? And when I say living system, it's not just about trees and grass. We are talking about people. We are part of a living system. As we head towards regenerative, living in symbiosis of the living system with order, in order for everything to thrive. And this Gen Z you talk about, where I'm from, this is becoming more and more of a big deal. It's important to consider that this is relatively new when we talk about the anthropological, we talk about Homo sapiens, okay? Things only started to go wrong only 300 years ago. Yeah, not even. When we had the Industrial Revolution, right? When we had machines that could do stuff and that could work all the time. So we would invent efficiency, human resources as a result of the Industrial Revolution. But before that, we did live in harmony with the living systems. So this isn't very far away, but we've forgotten it, generally. We've forgotten it. But it's not far enough away that we can't get back to it. Okay. It's called the story of separation, because we have to remember that we are part of the living system. Tina, you talked about people-centered. I agree, but people are part of living systems. So regenerative leadership is living system-centered. We're part of life. The story of separation has led us to this point very quickly. iPhone 1 was launched in 2007. By 2012, everyone went mobile and everybody had a tactile screen in their pocket, which gave you access to the entire knowledge of what we can have, right, in your pocket. But it's also led to being more separated from the living system, from each other, and even from ourselves. Ironically, we look for the answers in the funnel still today. Principles of nature, seventh generation thinking, great example with the Sagrada Familia. You'll tell me, but I don't think there's any architect of any cathedral that ever saw the cathedral finished. We need to get back to this. How is the decision you will make today going to impact the seventh generation? You can go to the forest and scream at the oak tree to grow faster. It's not going to. It will be in 4 generations you'll be able to benefit from its full splendor. This is a concrete example of a company. His name is Galahad Clark, from a British shoe company called Clark's. Some of you may know that company. 7th generation. And what they've done at Vivo Barefoot is to imagine a way to get people closer to the earth, to feel part of the natural living system. But in 2020, their culture was toxic. People were leaving left, right, and center. So they began a journey of regenerative leadership. And that began with 1 year of deep listening, just deep listening to everyone in the company. And that happens in a forest. And this happened in a sacred forest in England called Springwood. So that lasted for a year. And what did they do? Well, they realized that if they wanted to attract and keep the best talent, they would have to review their materials they were using. So instead of using virgin plastics, they switched to a bio-insourced polymer. They would invest in regenerative agriculture because they're making leather. And they realized that young people are concerned with animal welfare today. They saw that these shoes are expensive, by the way. Children, they outgrow their shoes in 6 months. So they started renting them instead of selling them, which led to the introduction of a repair service, which is another part of the economy, which they gave them more value. And finally, they created a community of people all around the world who wanted to be closer to the living systems. And as David said very clearly this morning, this is not a charity. They did 36% more profitability when they implemented all that, and their happiness quotas went through the roof. People are fighting to work for this company today. And Galahad Clark says, we have built a modern way of life on the conviction that we are separated from nature, but the truth is we are nature. That makes for a very pretty slide, very easy to say, harder to implement, but we can do that. Nature has 4 seasons. You all know this. You all went to school and you lived them. But do we really live the 4 seasons? I would suggest that the human race today only lives 2 seasons. We are stuck in a permanent situation of spring and summer. Spring, you've got an idea, you launch a product, you take it to market, you sell everything. Fantastic. It's the summer. It's abundance. You're happy. So what do? Oh, let's go back to spring and start again, a different color, different marketing. And it just never ends. And that's how you end up with burnout, depression, a never-ending rat wheel thing, mouse wheel. Nature shows us other ways. Nature has autumn when the leaves fall. How do we transpose that? I work with my customers today to help them with their wintering. Autumn is the time to sit back and go, what did we just do there? What problems did we solve there? Did we say what we did that we would say? And what externalities has that created? Winter is about death. Difficult word to say in a conference, but some things have got to go. And they can only go if we take the time for them to die. And in death comes life. spring again. And that's what we call radical innovation. Radical innovation, not just incremental innovation. Being stuck in that wheel there, spring, summer, is innovation gone mad. And that's the way we do business. That's the way the system works. All of a sudden, this conversation is difficult because I'm talking about something which isn't compatible with the way that you do business, the way we do business. But there's plenty of things that we can look at. I love this quote by Bucky. Now, he says that we never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Part of U theory is about prototyping and crystallizing something else. And that's the invitation. If you change everything overnight to go towards this, you probably lose your market. That's dangerous, right? But it's very important that as leaders today, we ask ourselves the question, what degenerative patterns can I break? You know, on the left-hand side of that curve I showed you, conventional business is degenerative. It's exploiting natural resources with its mechanistic linear approach, putting pressure on employees all over the world. So what can we do? What can we say? It stops with me. Second example is this French company. You may know this product, pretty successful. This is a French company that turns over 325 million euros, and 20% of that turnover is made by that product there. And if for those of you who have had kids, you know that that is such a good thing to have in your bag when you go to the park, these lingettes. But the problem with these lingettes is not only are their fabrication isn't the prettiest of processes, but they end up in our rivers and seas and oceans. And this company are practicing demarketing, and they are actually stopping the sale of this product. That's 20% of their turnover. Goodbye, because it just doesn't make any sense for them anymore. That message to young people is a strong message. People want to work for Mustela. People are queuing up to work for them to help them replace that 20%. And I would argue that they'll probably do much more turnover in 3-4 years' time than they were doing before. So there's two things I like. One is colorful shirts. The other is wine. Wine is a very interesting product to work in because they understand what long-term means. This company approached me and they said, Charlie, we want to become regenerative in 3 years. I laughed. 3 years. What are we going to do in 3 years? We can barely get down to the subject, but we can certainly start. It's a fabulous company in Bordeaux called Chateau Palmer. And I salute their intention to become regenerative. Oh, awful slide, but bear with me. Now, they said we want to become regenerative in 3 years. So it's not just about regenerative viticulture, the way they make the wine. It's also about the way that they operate, the way that they are within a system. And if you know anything about winemaking, you can be as organic as you want. But if your neighbors are still conventional using pesticides, well, it doesn't make much sense. Roots go deep underground and air circulates freely. So it's all about taking the neighbors with you and having a more holistic approach. This is culture now, and it's going to take some time. So we use the 3 horizons. This is very different from short-term, medium-term, long-term. 3 horizons. Every single day, there are 3 horizons. It's just the intensity that changes. Horizon 1 is, you see, everything starts today, but the priority is on Horizon 1. Horizon 1 is about continuing to make money from the wine that they are making and selling today. But they know that the future is not in conventional wine sales. That's curve number 1 going down. There will be some things worth conserving. Horizon 2 is our transitional curve, which requires us to be robust and to integrate innovation. But we need to start today, because in 5 years' time, that's super important. Massive trend in wine is what we call the no-low. No alcohol, low alcohol. This is not really a thing, but it's going to be a thing. So they have to invest in it today. And the viable future There is only a future of wine if the entire wine industry of Bordeaux go in the same direction. But this is going to take maybe a few generations. 3 horizons, they all start today. And as leaders, we can categorize them. Number 1 is resilience, just continuing to do what we can. We need to survive. I had a fascinating conversation last night at dinner about this, survival. That puts us in a posture of manager. We've got to get through this. Second horizon is about robustness. Business is changing. Supply chains are changing. Expectations are changing. We have to do things differently. This is about innovation. So we need the mindset of the entrepreneur in regenerative leadership. But we also have to have that visionary outlook for Horizon 3, which brings back life to an ecosystem. And we have what we call continued creation, which means if something disappears, we'll still continue to exist. Now, all of that, by the way, I'm deploying that. That is a thing, the 3 horizon model, and I work and use that, and shareholders buying it. And why are they buying it? Because they are reassured about Horizon 1. Very important. Now, what is your rarest resource? I would argue that it's perhaps your time. And this is what I'm looking at today, helping leaders with their time. I've created a place where I invite people to rewild their time. We don't need to rewild the natural environment. All it wants us to do is to go away, and it will rewild itself 200 years. Everything I'm talking about is a little bit scary. It's questioning who we are as a leader, who we are as a person, and what we do as a business. These are serious questions, and we need the right spaces and the right amount of time and the right quality of time. There's 2 types of time. Chronos time. Chronos time is the time saying, Charlie, you need to stop talking now. We need to move on. You need to get a train. Chronos is important. Otherwise, life doesn't work. But Kairos time is the time for opportunity. It's the time for joy. It's the time for dance. It's the time to stop and think for a minute about what we did there in order for things to emerge. Today, people say, Charlie, where do we start? Where do we start? Well, so maybe we start by stopping for an instant and think about what we've done. This is a living experiment. It may not look like it, but these are all CEOs of something or another. Businesses, NGOs, and academia. Last year, 5 days, 4 nights, we came together at my place under the umbrella of just turn up and see what happens. That is a hard sell. Argentina, India, Canada. People are coming in, they're investing. Just turn up and see what happens. But bring an intention about the future of your leadership. What happened was just amazing. Creating the right spaces, leaving space for emptiness is now becoming more important than ever. And we can do that in nature. Let's come to the end now. Usually a keynote speech ends with a, let's go, come on. I used to do that, marketing man. But now it's all about let go and to surrender to not knowing and to leave these spaces open to the Generation Z, which feel into this. Vivo Barefoot know that the designers of the future will not want to work with fossil fuels. So they've got rid of that problem. And they're attracting that talent. Is that the last slide? No, that's the last slide. So in order for that to happen, we're going to need to have this courage. And the courage, I love the word courage. You know, the French word for heart is cœur, the heart, which comes from this word courage. And the word courage means, it's defined from Latin, dare to speak the truth with your heart. And if you dare to speak the truth with your heart as a leader, create these spaces for emptiness, it be inspired by the wisdom of nature, then there's every chance that you won't just maintain the best talent in the Balkans, but you'll start attracting the talent from elsewhere. Thank you for listening. I answered your question. Do you have more? Maybe there are some questions.
Golden one. Want to encourage да ги охрабрам. I have a mic. Доколку имате некакви прашања или нешто до Чарли, да му се обратите или да предложите нешто или да прашате нешто за вашите организации, за унапредување на вашите практики или не. Да, имаме прашање. Да.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexandra Januska. I'm a professor at the Faculty of Economics. I'm coming from academia, a lot of talking about leadership. That's also one of my topics. And that's why I really congratulate you for the presentation. It was very insightful, very interesting. And I'm happy that I see a lot of faces from the business community hearing this. And actually, I want to come back to the question on the beginning as an advice to maybe to the business community. It is evident to me that the workforce coming up is Generation Z, and that was addressed in the room, and we have only a few representatives of them, of course. And they're often labeled as being lazy, which is actually totally not true. They're only different. They're more purpose-driven than any other generation, and they will not take into consideration staying at a place where they don't feel valued and don't have a purpose. They're more purpose than any of other generations, because I'm on a daily basis in touch with them. So I hear a lot of business people complaining about the process of recruitation, keeping them in the company, and we have this big problem of brain drain in the country itself. So what would be very short, like maybe top 3 things what maybe managers and leaders eventually could do to motivate young people to be in their companies? Thank you.
Maybe the business leaders need to be motivated by the young people. I'm learning so much from the young people. What can business leaders do to motivate young people? I'm going to answer in different ways. The first thing is to create spaces for deep listening. And not just deep listen, but to take on board what they're hearing and to implement that. Economics, right? I would also advise business leaders to review what they believe to be the sense of a business. So Milton Friedman told us that the purpose of the business is to sell products and services for a profit, okay? 20th century neoclassic economics, very simple. Now, if we can't change that mindset, it's going to be difficult to motivate Gen Z. So we're going to have, I would say that they have to review what they believe to be the sense of a business. And economics of mutuality gives us a different definition, which is the future purpose of a business is to find scalable and profitable solutions to solve world problems. This is much more exciting. And if it's incarnated within a company mission, that's how you motivate people. I'm very skeptic about people washing, bullshit, posters on walls. If they feel it's not incarnated, in fact, it's really bad. If you say something and they know it's not that, this is even worse. So radical honesty is important. No company's perfect. Admit your failures. Admit this is how we've done things up until now, but the future isn't this. We don't know what the future is. So get them on board, create these safe spaces and write a collective vision within which they feel that they are listened to properly. And not one of those fake visions where the guys have already decided what the answer is and they just get people to do a few post-it notes. You know, that never works. So lots of different answers, not probably one you're wanting, but if I hear that question, how do you motivate Gen Zs? It's not with the traditional methods we're going to get there. And it's okay not to know. Thanks.
Yeah, question.
Question over here.
Yeah,
Hi.
one more. Can we?
Yeah.
The question is from our Zoom participants, from Katerina Mojančevska. Thank you, Kate, for the question. Charlie, you mentioned courage as a driver for leaders to accept or to embrace the regenerative business idea. What drives this courage? It is openness to experiment and failure, tolerance to instability or mindset. What is it?
It's all of that wrapped up with love. It's the L word, and it's okay to talk about love. And we're going to have to. One of the statistics earlier talked about what 68% of people are not being themselves. But those people love people. Those people love humans. Those people love their children, and they want the best for the world. So it's everything you said, but wrapped up in love. And if we can't love the living systems and ourselves, then it's going to be tricky to get our businesses to evolve. This is quite new. Warm data, soft skills, but Beatles said it best, right? Love is all you need.
Is this regenerative leadership applicable? Do you think it's applicable to all the businesses?
Is regenerative leadership? Yes, of course. Regenerative leadership is applicable to all businesses. What is going to change is where you are in your journey.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody has their own journey. If you go to India, start talking about regenerative business, they're still getting on the train from 30 years ago, and they want their middle-class people,
Mm-hmm.
and they want their products and services. So it's going to be a bit later. So yes, it's applicable to all businesses, but the timing is going to be different. And I'll leave with that. That's very important. I'm becoming completely, this thing about we only have 3 years to save the world. I mean, I've stopped with that. I don't believe it's true, and I don't believe it's fair. We can't put that pressure on Gen Z. It's really not okay to say, well, you're the last chance. It's not okay. What we're talking about here is going to take time. So we have the time, but we don't have any time to lose. Get on the journey.
Thank you. I'm just trying to imagine how it will be in my culture, in my community, in my business. Okay, we'll talk later more.
We will talk later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, questions? Hiya. Hi, saw you last night. I got home okay.
How was that?
Yeah. Was that your question?
Hi, Charlie, again. So I'm happy you arrived home safe and sound, because 4 women were like helping him to find the hotel last night. Hey, thank you so much for today. It's amazing what you are doing, and I want to go back a little bit on the Gen Z. I'm working in civil society organization, so it's mostly voluntary work because it's 9 to 5. It's not 9 to 5 work, It's something that you feel and you do, and yes, of course, you have the project and you go, whatever. What we have seen is that if we want to keep the Gen Zs, even my daughter, for example, at the organization and do something, and this, yes, they are smart, but we are like in your face. Now it's my break. So even you have something that you have to finish in that moment because you have to send it, it's like, no, now it's my break. See you in 30 minutes or in 1 hour. My question is for my daughter, in fact, because she is more business-oriented than an activist-oriented, as mother says. So she's hoping to have a business in this near future. She's studying administrative business. And I'm very curious, how can she or other Gen Z people who are planning for these businesses to start with regenerative from the start, from the scratch? Thank you so much.
Well, I think that they are. That's what I'm observing is the big trouble I have today is with companies which are well established. But if we were to start a company today, it's so much easier, let's say. How is our future activity going to impact living systems positively? How can we enter into symbiosis with nature? So it's a great advantage. It's a great opportunity. However, it's very little taught at the moment by academia. I don't know if you're teaching that, but it's just becoming a thing. So I would suggest that they visit Regenerators Academy, which is an online thing. I'm a scholar of that, and now I'm helping them, which is a great place to start. I have so much hope with this future generation. You can see them coming out of school with already the right mindset, because regenerative leadership is not a thing. It's a spirit, and it's an approach, and it's a way of being. And we have so much more to learn from them than they have to us. And I wouldn't even advise them on that. I just say, just do it. Just go for it. And then we pay attention to what they're doing more than the other way around. Yeah. Thanks. One more from the lady over here.
And because the previous wasn't from me, it was from Kate. This one's from me. How do we unlearn? Because you spoke about Gen Z, but what about us, the old guys?
I love this.
How can we unlearn things, and how can we start thinking this way?
Yeah, how do we unlearn? I mean, unlearning there should be an MBA in this right now. Unlearning, de-learning. Mustela is a great example. There was a picture of someone called I can't remember, Marguerite. She is practicing demarketing, selling less product deliberately, selling it off super low. How am I de-learning? It's difficult and it's long, and it comes back to rewilding your time. It's safe spaces, deconstructing, and it's tough because if you're 45 and you did a business degree and then an MBA, and then you work for 20 years in industry to get to that point, and then all of a sudden you're going, oh, that's not what it is. Wow, that's super tough. So you need people, you need community, you need coaching, you need to have the chance to talk about that, and to get someone like Neshko to talk to you about letting go to let come. And that brings us back to U theory again. Things have got to die, and U theory is very good for that. And then we get to a point of presence, and then we can let more things come. It's not an easy thing to de-learn, because you have to question, in some cases, your entire existence. It's a long process. Therefore, create spaces, open dialogue, etc. Everything I said. We should all de-learn. De-learning. MBA and de-learning for me, please. Are we good?
Yeah, it feels scary, yeah. Because it feels.
It is scary.
Because I don't know, it changes your identity probably, right? You know something for yourself.
That's what Nimet was talking about earlier on. Yeah, you're questioning your values, the way you were brought up, your education, your value, and your professional capacity. But these are the things that we need to do if we are to provide Generation Z and our children and our children's children what is necessary to survive in business, which is a healthy, livable planet. If it's not comfortable, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's good.
Comfort means business as usual, and we know it's not taking us in the right direction.
Yeah, super. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. There's a mic just behind you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to have one more question regarding what are your expectations, or what we can as leaders expect from the alpha generation, which will be on the market in how much? 7 years? And then we will have X, Y, Z, and alpha working all together. So in your opinion, what can we expect from alpha?
Wow. I think the English word is a clusterfuck, which is not a very nice word, but it's going to be chaotic. I'll answer in a different way, okay? I have 3 teenagers. And from the eldest to the youngest, it's completely different. So the alphas are already there. I'm going to say something else. You said, what are my expectations? My expectations are all about passing over responsibility earlier than later. That's what's important here. Because from what I observe, the solutions are there, the ideas are there, The budgets are there. What's getting in the way? Us. We're getting in the way. Our mindsets are getting in the way. So all of a sudden, it's about perhaps the future of our generation. I say our, I'm 49, okay, is to coach and mentor them, to give them an understanding, because the one thing they don't have is experience. So we can pass on that experience. Passing over the responsibility too early to those who already have a better idea of what the future is, because it's their future. And once again, we come back to letting go. So it's not about managing them. It's more about giving them the responsibility to run with it. Just like we do when we're parents and the kids take that bike for the first time without stabilizers. Why don't we just transpose that to the business world? Letting go. And Francesca, there's a lady back there who's eager to ask a question. Hi.
Hi, I'm Anita. I'm HR from Kosovo. In my experience, I used to work in banking in an IT company with very young people and also now in retail. For me as an HR, it was the same challenge regarding to the soft skills in different categories and in different ages, which I think it's an issue that we have as people and we have to work on it. I'm so curious to know about your experience with CEOs, actually how you made them reflect, because this is the biggest challenge, even just to make the leaders reflect and say, aha, okay, yeah, maybe I have to change. Maybe my way of working or my leadership is influencing people, because it's really hard. We are part of HR, we really understand this part. It's really hard to make leaders see their way and start to reflect also on their lifestyle and also on their way of leadership. So I'm so curious to know how they came to that point to reflect.
Yeah, that's a great question. And this is the question. But I will start with a question that I say to all HR people. So humans are resources, are they? Just throw that out there. We need to stop saying human resources. People. So all CEOs, in my experience, understand what we're talking about. But they have a mandate. And that mandate is invariably linked to financial performance. So that's the problem. That's the problem. I had to leave Decathlon, not because Decathlon didn't understand what I was talking about, but because Decathlon CEO has to answer to a board of shareholders. So we're going to go up a level now. And that board of shareholders also has a mandate, right, to bring that money back in to the global financial system. So now we can start thinking about the bigger problem. So working with CEOs, what I see is really working is family businesses. Family businesses, they seem to get it. They come from somewhere and they want to pass that on to somewhere. These guys I can work with, or these guys want to work with me. Stock exchange CEOs, I haven't seen one yet. And I won't, because what I'm talking about is anti-capitalist, and it's not what they are required to do. So this comes back to, well, what are we requiring CEOs to do? And it goes above and beyond the triple bottom line, right? But it does. I mean, and a lot of it is about social status. If you're a CEO, then you've got 3 houses, 8 cars, 4 holidays, very happy family. You're going to put that at jeopardy because some English guy in a shirt talks about trees? No, no, this is a long, long process. And it does require them to question who they are and their purpose in this world, which is why we need time. We need to rewild our time. We need these spaces, and we need more and more people working in community. Those guys that I showed you, I didn't do much work because they did the work between themselves, because they all share the same problem, which is their mandate. So when we start measuring what matters, then we can have a different conversation. Right now, the success is with small to medium-sized companies and with family-owned businesses. It's a tough question. I'll probably spend the rest of my life on it, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I'll let you know. Right, I think we're over time. No?
Just one more question.
Okay, I'm happy. I could talk all day.
Hi, Charlie.
Hey.
You talk about different perceptions of time, and you mentioned also the death.
Yeah.
And I would like to ask you about lifespan time. I mean, there's this odd distribution of our life that is more or less 1/3 of our life to prepare ourselves to have a job good enough to pay a mortgage, to buy a car, maybe to have children or a pet, because now youngsters used to have more pets than children, and then working as much, creating the family, paying all the credits, etc. And then 1/3 of our life having memories of the time that we were so busy and not knowing to do with our life. Then this change in the perception, how this would affect this wrong distribution of lifespan.
Wow. How many hours for that one? I don't know what to say. What I will say is this: at the farm where I live, I've got this great big wooden, it's huge, it's a wooden doors, 4 meters by 3 meters, old Flemish doors. And I've made it a shrine for retirement. And the message is, why are you working to get to this point where you have time to be who you are? And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Why can't we be children forever? You know, so this is a deep question, and I'm going to follow my own advice of uncertainty and say, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But yet reviewing the schema of life, you're born, you learn, you go to studies, you work, you have time off, and then you die. Why? We could do something else, right? But death is a very important part of life. And the more that we can acknowledge that things must die, like a business model which is creating negative externalities, the more we can truly live.
No, I'm mentioning this because in the audience, there are many questions about the next generation that will enter into the workforce, etc.
Sure.
Instead of thinking on the mixture of generations that can contribute.
Yeah. If I had several hours more, we could talk about what we call the 17 strands of DNA for regenerative leadership, which is about design, culture, and being. We have to change the way that we are in business as well by integrating things like poetry, music, dance, silence, which is what you do in the cultural world, naturally. Why don't do that in a business? Yeah, going off on one there, but great question. Are we good? We're good. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci.
But this was on. I don't know why. Okay. Значи би сакала да го поканам Бојан Симич, директорот на Clear Air Solutions, кој што не само што е серијски повелете, да. Не само што е серијски предприемач, тој е и основач на неколку успешни фирми во 6 града во Србија. Многу ми е кејф дека ќе дискутираме на темата, повелете. Тој има нешто, нели, да ни раскаже во контекст на она што го зборуваме цел ден, нешто во врска со неговите принципи, нешто во врска со неговите заложби, неговите практики во компанијата во која што нели, директор. Тој има просечна, да кажам, просечни години на вработување на своите колеги од 24 години. Многу ме интересира да знам која е таа работна култура. Дополнително ќе имаме и Фросина Тасевска, која што ни доаѓа од Пандора, еден од светските ланци, односно брендови на накид, која што ќе ја слушнеме, да, повелете, Бојан, која што ќе ја слушнеме онлайн. Онлайн исто така ќе ни се приклучи и Саша Мухич-Пуребер, комерцијален директор на Инеа. која што со над 15 години искуство во истражување, развој и управување на проекти, откако дипломирала на Факултетот на компјутерски науки во Љубљана, со себе носи во оваа компанија, значи во неа, една уникатна, да кажам, практика на косопствеништво. И исто така, Климентина, да ни се придружиш тука и за мене има место, која што ја видовте претходно, извршна директорка на Public и основач, односно иницијатор на social mentoring. Тука да седнем? Да. Дали ја слушаме Саша? Јел да? Супер. Sasha is probably online trying to connect with us.
I'm connected. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's perfect.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can you see all those lovely people here?
Yes, I can see all the lovely people.
Super. My name is Zorica. With me is Tina and also Bojan.
Nice to meet you all.
You are a chief commercial officer and co-owner of INEA. We mentioned about this before. Could you tell us about what INEA is today and what is this concept of co-ownership? What does it mean?
Yes, thank you for having me. First of all, dobar den. I had an amazing time this whole morning, and I rethought a lot of the things that I wanted to say today, listening to the presentations, specifically the last one. So INEA is 37 years old, and it was actually formed as a company with employee ownership. And in the whole 37 years, we came back to that idea again. And a year or 2 years ago, we again became 100% employee owned. Originally, we are an engineering company. We do energy automation and manufacturing intelligence solutions for our partners around the world, for our customers around the world. But in terms of the ownership, it was something that we gave it a lot of thought. We thought about it for well, the more the founders of the company were reaching towards their retirement age, the more we had to think about it. So we got to know an institute in Slovenia that specializes with some sort of a cooperative ownership, and they help us get to this stage where we are right now.
And what triggered this?
Well,
to co-ownership.
We came to know it as a silver tsunami. So it's a time of a company when the original idea and the original energy that formed the company is reaching to the end of their professional life cycle. And if you don't make sure that those ideas thrive through, and I'll use Charlie's words here, regenerative aspects of the business, then you get to this standstill. And we came to a position where the ideas and the challenges that the physical owners were facing were beginning to differ quite a bit from the employee, from people that were actually employed in the company. And it was more and more obvious in that a couple of years ago, as I said, because the majority of the owners were retiring or were already retired. And we saw that, you know, the company wanted to grow, the company wanted to invest in things, in projects that had a longer return of investment, and the physical owners didn't necessarily agree with 20 years ROI projects. And we came into a position where we were already discussing the sellout, the buyout. We had a potential buyer that wanted to buy the company. But then the employees formed an alliance, and we decided to basically buy the company out ourselves, but with this new or a little bit of a different scheme that's called an ESOP model, where you actually don't have to invest any money if you're an employee, but rather than that, you invest your time, your enthusiasm, your labor, your knowledge, and with the profits that you form, you actually buy the company out in the years to come.
How many of you are at this point?
Sorry?
How many of you are co-owners?
Oh, yeah, okay. That's a good question. At the moment, there's 130 employees, so 130. Everybody that's been in the company for over 1 year is eligible to become the employee owner. And all of the people that are eligible are actually owners at the moment, and the number is 94.
Mm-hmm. Probably some of the leaders and the participants here would be interested in the steps that you took to this transformation into co-ownership.
Yes, there's a lot of different aspects to the steps. There were legal, financial, social, cultural, organizational. But at the beginning of every journey like that, like we heard before from the other speakers, you do have to just admit that you don't know everything, and you need to find people and coaches that guide you through the process, that have maybe done this before. Although it is quite challenging in this Adriatic region, the ESOP concepts are still evolving. They're not really fully formed. They're not legally supported. And as a matter of fact, we in Slovenia, we're just trying to assist with passing a new cooperative law. I think Macedonia also have Zakon o zadrugah, like Slovenia had, that's originated in 91, and that's what our company based its transformation on. So as you will probably understand, forming something like that on a law that was passed 36 years ago is probably not the smoothest of the transitions that you can possibly take. So yeah, the challenges were quite substantial, but the rewards and the satisfaction that came at the end is also quite rewarding. You do have to consider if you take on something like that in Macedonia, that it's a novelty approach, that not necessarily the legislation, the governmental entities, the tax entities, the auditors are ready for it. So you need a lot of discussions, a lot of events like this one to talk about it, to promote that idea, and to also get the society to understand that that is a way to the future, because that's how you create something that's capitalistic, and that maybe was originally formed to only make money, but is now quite crucial to keep the people interested and engaged, to keep the people in the country, which was the topic that you raised at the very beginning of the session, to create something that's not just sustainable, like Charlie said, but also regenerative. And it does mimic the natural system design because it evolves, it's fluid. Everybody that is new and is Gen Z and is coming into the company and is becoming employed also becomes an owner, and he has a vote, and his vote carries the same weight as mine, and I've been in a company for 20 years. So it's really crucial to support and create an environment that carries itself into the future. I'm copying a lot of what was said before because it was really impressive and impressionate. So I think it's a really good fit to today's conference.
Did you notice or identify results related to employees retention or related to profitability and motivation of your co-owners? Is there a difference between before the transition and after the transition?
Well, our company from the very beginning, because we had that sort of employee ownership in our DNA, had a really high retention of the employees. So we, I think with 130 employees in the country of 37 years, our last employee ID is about 270. So if you do the math really quickly, you're gonna understand that every other person that comes into Inaya stays here for all eternity. So it's quite we're not losing people at all. But during this transition phase, when we were facing a new owner that's a really capitalistic name that we all knew quite well from the media and so on, and going through that transition and succeeding did make quite a big impact on our collective power. But it is something that's not implicitly promoted to all years to come. It is a work culture and a business owner culture that you have to cultivate, you have to promote, and you have to work on it. It is not implicit. It doesn't just, come naturally. We saw a lot of changes in the way that employees perceive good employees and bad employees, or the way that they perceive good investments versus in their idea maybe bad investments, in the way that they perceive maybe more risky projects and so on. So there's a lot of changes that are seen and that are happening, also associated with so-called open book management, discussions in regards to the data that the employees have the right to track because they're owners, and obviously from the owner standpoint and from the employee standpoint, you're facing two different chairs that you sit on every day, right? You have to distinguish, but also join the two new roles that you are sitting in. So as I said, it is a process. It's not a project. It's a process that you have to support, and I think we're doing a really good job at it. But there's always a little bit room for improvement.
Thanks, Sasha, and congrats. When I hear about these practices and all of this, it seems super easy, but it's probably not. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. A sad Bojan. Od preduzeća sa jednom osobom do 200 zaposlenika u 6 gradova. Šta to znači? Šta Air Solutions znači danas? Clear Air Solutions.
Zakon za organizator celog događaja, da se dakle najviše ini nemaš i odspravo.
Da, super. Ja mislim da je dobro. Yep.
što su nas pozvali ovde. Ja u da pričam naški ili engleski. Molim, jel nas sebe onako? Evo, jel se čujemo sad malo bolje? Čujemo se, super. Ajde da se kažem prvo zahvalim svima kao organizatoru za cijel događaj. Ti je nešto što smo vas pozvali ovde da budemo deo ovoga. I ja i mojim koleginici koja je u stvari došla u kontakt. Znači,
Možda nije ni do nas, možda je do...
Ovo nešto što rekao. Mogu da ličite. I pazi, i ovaj radi. Možda sam ja ti. Da putim glas.
Svi rade.
Možemo i bez mikrofona. A prevodioci ne čujem? Sada? Sad se malo bolje čuje, a? Treći put da se zahvalim. Ja se nisam ovoliko zahvaljivao, ni ženi kad mi rodila 3 dece. Ali svakako opet zahvalno svima na organizaciji, Tini nešto što smo se zvali, Tijani koleginici koja je u stvari ušla u komunikaciju i preko nje sve i počelo. I naravno publici su još uvijek sede ovdje i slušaju sve nas govornike i vjerujem da je svima teško da se izdrže na toliko informacija. Elem, a zašto pitam kako na kom jeziku da pričam? Jer ja nisam uzeo ove stvari za prevod, da, kao seo, ne znam, zaboravio sam gde sam. I rekao, čovječe, vidim svi me slušalice, šta ću ja sad? I onda kad se počne da pričate, ja sve razumem. I rekao, možda će da razume i mene, ne znam. Ok, dakle, kompanija naša Clean Air Solution, pa zašto sam otvorio kompaniju, to ću u 2 reči. Zato što sam radio pre toga u kompaniji 5 godina, koja se istim poslom bavila, reću naravno čime se bavimo, i jedini razlog zašto sam otvorio kompaniju i nisam ostao u toj kompaniji jeste zato što se moja vizija posla nije poklapala sa vizijom poslodavca tadašnjeg mog gazde, da kažemo mi ovde naši. I prosto, ja sam 2010. osnovao kompaniju, a 2008. sam već prijateljima pričao šta bi ja, kako bi ja, drugačije bi ja, i oni kažu, pa ti si zreo da imaš svoju kompaniju. Razumete me? I onda sam naravno 2010. otvorio. Sad, da je taj moj viši poslodavac bio dovoljno otvoren, pametan, da mi je pružio radno okruženje koje mi treba da se razvijam, ja bi sad radio za njega i on bi sad zaradio ove pare koje sam ja zaradio. Hvala njemu što me naterao da otvorim kompaniju. Ali eto da je neko bukvalno mogao da zadrži čoveka koji je kvalitetan u svom biznisu, da on bude veći, nažalost posle toga njegov biznis se ugasio. Tako da je prilično izgubio time što nije bio otvoren za komunikaciju. Slično i ovde. I ono što je interesantno, znači 2 zaposlena, moja supruga i ja, tako smo počeli. Ona je radila, pošto smo mi kompanija koja se bavi direktnom prodajom, direct sale biznis, vršimo prodaju naših proizvoda putem promocija, prezentacija, reklama, direktnih kontaktom u tržnim centrima, u kući klijenata ili klijenti dođu kod nas. U svakom slučaju mi pozivamo klijente, informišemo ih o poslu kojim se bavimo i ko je zainteresovan, on pogleda našu reklamu. Supruga se moja bavila pozivanjem klijenata i administracijom, ja sam se bavio prodajom i naplatom. Tako smo počeli. Mi smo imali dakle viziju da ne budemo mala kompanija koja radi iz neke tamo spavaće sobe, već da porastemo, da budemo veliki, a znali smo da to možemo samo isključivo ako budemo radili sa ljudima. I vodili smo se jednom poslovicom kojom se danas vodimo, ako hoćeš brzo idi sam, a ako hoćeš daleko idi sa nekim. I naš cilj je bio da idemo daleko i zato smo znali da naš osnovni fokus ne treba budu procedure u firmi, procesi, jer to postoji. Mislim, u svakoj firmi to može da se nauči, prepiše se, platite nekoga da nam to uvede, već je bio fokus ljudi. Tako da smo i dan danas posvećeni tome da sarađujemo sa svakim pojedincem što duže možemo. Sa nekim to traje mesec dana, sa nekim 3, nekim 5 godina, sa nekim 10 i sad mi imamo ne znam koliko zaposlenih koji su tu već 5 plus godina, 10 plus godina, jer je ideja da se sa svakim s kim dođemo u kontakt, ostanemo što duže u kontaktu. A sa kim završavamo saradnju, smo uvek srećni ako ta osoba ide u bolje nešto od nas. I to isto promovišemo u firmi.
Minutu, da kad angažujemo mlade generacije, da nisu stabilni, da nisu posvećeni, da nisu lojalni, da žele samo brzi profit, da bi išli bilo gde samo da bi zaradili više. Vi imate prosek vaših zaposlenika je 24 godine. Šta vi znate, a mi ne znamo u vezi toga?
Evo, ja ću vam reći,
Mi nemamo.
znate šta, svi smo mi ljudi na kraju dana.
Da.
I te mlade generacije su ljudi i kao šta smo mi to uradili bolje nego što radi neka druga kompanija. Pa nismo ništa bolje. Gledajte, pre ovih Z generacije, jel tako, bili su baby boomeri. I sad kad su došli baby boomeri pre 50 godina, koliko? Šta mislite, šta su radile uspešne firme koje su poslovali u to vreme? I oni su sigurno rekli šta ćemo mi sad s ovolikim narodom? Kome da dam posao? Oni su isto radili što smo mi danas uradili, prilagodili su se. Ništa više. Znači, i uvijek će biti nova generacija kada dođe, posle ove generacije, isto ćemo šta morate da uradimo da bi opstali, da se prilagodimo. Ništa više. Ono što je karakteristično za ovu generaciju trenutno sad, da kažem, mladih, jeste da su prosto plahoviti, brzi, hitri, hoće sve, hoće odmah, pažnje im traje malo, ja imam isto decu, to vidim kod moje dece, ali je jednostavno, mi smo u stvari samo našli način da komuniciramo sa njima, da im bukvalno na njihov način, nivo se podignemo ili spustimo sad, možemo kako god kada će se da kažemo. I recimo ono što je interesantno kod nas da smo radili, mislim danas je 21. vek, svi imaju moderne tehnologije svuda, mi smo način komunikacije, pošto oni svi konektovani sa internetom, a diskonektovani od sveta. Mislim, to je svuda, ali tako. Onda smo mi našli način da u stvari preko interneta komuniciramo sa njima, da se konektujemo sa njima. U stvari, mi smo napravili internu aplikaciju koja služi u firmi za komunikaciju, zadatke, sve bukvalno kao Facebook. Znači, prepisani Facebook imate samo za firmu. I sve informacije koje se tiču kompanije idu na vol kompanije i sve, znači, na telefonu.
Samo za vaši.
Pa to je custom made, neka outsource firma koja radi, pa smo mi gledali da pravimo ono što nama treba. To je u stvari HR management našao firmu koja se bavi time, iz njih odeljenja, a konkretno management je odobrio i primjena, eto, interesantno je bila primjena u tome, baš kada, eto, da napravimo paralelu sa old fashion razmišljanje i new age. Mi su sad napravili aplikaciju, pripremili sve kako treba i bilo je kao sad treba da je pustimo u etar, da je koriste mladi. I onda naš direktor, CEO, koji je za operation, za uvođenje svega, on kaže ne, mi moramo to sad polako, po 5 ljudi u grupi, pa obuka, pa 3 dana testiranje, pa onda nova grupa, pa onda ja kažem, pa ne, ja kažem, koliko će to košta? Jer mi plaćamo to, i sad mi kao ćemo sve to vežbamo. Ja kažem, ti je nije HR manager na tom sastanku, ništa, pusti to odmah svima. Oni kao, si ti poludeo, pa mi ćemo da propadnu, mislim, koliko smo para uložili, šta će se desiti sa tim? Ja kažem, to su mladi ljudi, to je Facebook, rešio im to. Za 10 dana su svi koristili. Bukvalno. Znači, sa tim mladim ljudima treba im što pre dati alat i što pre ih pustiti da rade.
Znači, vama je lakše kad pogledate kako je bilo prije i kako je sad?
Nebo i zemlje.
Nebo i zemlje.
Da, baš je, zato što smo našli način da mi smo se prilagodili njima. Prosto, i to je to, nema šta. Sad, a ono što je bitno, kad vi kažete da oni žele da promene radnu sredinu, žele da idu sa mesta na mesto, da, laste se ne bi selile da je stalno leto kod nas. Jel tako? Ne bi išle, ili patke, ne bi išle na jug da je stalno leto. Tako i ljudi, i te nove generacije, oni se sele da traže nešto bolje. A naša ideja, naša kompanija je da upravo to mi njima napravimo, mi to zovemo zona komfora za njih. Da ih toliko ušuškamo da oni ne žele da idu dalje. I velikom većinom slučaja uspevamo u tome. Dakle, nije do njih, do nas je.
Kako ste oklevali da uzmete vanjskog ili konsultanta koji je izvan vaše kompanije? Kakva je razlika sad?
Tako je. Kod nas ono što je interesantno u kompaniji, imamo kvalitetne ljude i stvarno smo sve radili in-house. Dakle, i obuke za prodaju, i motivaciju, i leadership, seminare držimo razne. Prosto tako je kompanija. I onda jako vlasnik kompanija, mislim, to sve polazi da kažemo, ili tako od mene, i od moje otvorenosti ka nekim novim stvarima ili zatvorenosti. I mi smo to sve super radili, ja nisam vidio kako bismo mi sad mogli da upotrebimo, šta bi to ti spoljni konsultanti doneli našoj firmi. Mi to već imamo, pa mislim šta sad, znači imamo obuke, imamo team building, imamo motivaciju, imamo seminare, mi stvarno ulažemo dosta, evo primjer radi u motivaciju samo zaposlenih, ja kažem samo da budu srećni, pored plate, pored bonusa na platu, to se ne računa motivaciju, motivacija se računi i edukacija, da kažemo, je samo ako su oni srećni, mi dajemo oko 100.000 evra godišnje, kao kompanija, i sad onda ja njih uvek pitam ih, ne, šta? Da, 100.000, 145.000, ne znam sad tačno. Ali poenta je to, damo im da dobiju element. Tako da nisam znao kako možemo mi sad to, šta se sada se desi. I onda je Tijana mi došla sa predlogom, Tijana je bila na kursu jednom online, čini mi se, da. I onda je pitala, šta misliš ti da mi primimo spoljne konsultante kod nas? I onda, ja znam da to rade kompanije, i sve uspješne kompanije to rade. I mislim, vreme da i mi to krenemo da radimo. Ja kažem, majde, šta može da se desi? Neće ništa, košta, mislim. I oni su došli kod nas i onda je stvarno, jer prosto čovjek ne zna dok ne vidi. Mi svi treba da idemo dok ne vidimo. A kad dođemo tamo vidjet ćemo dalje. I upravo to, ja sam vidio kao vlasnik kompanije samo dotle, da postoje neki konsultanti, ali sam morao dođem na tu tačku i onda sam vidio dalje. Tako da je nama recimo dosta pomoglo što do konkretno HR služba koja je to uradila, jer su oni preko HR službe došli, koja je u svakoj firmi HR službe, barem moje više najomraženija služba. Oni stalno traže, za radnike, traže nešto, evaluacije, procene, tamte, vamte, ništa, prosto niko nije uvek zadovoljan HR služba, uvek svi kažu, a to može bolje, oni to nemaju pojma. Sad recimo u našem menadžmentu, kada su došli konsultanti spoljni, Tina i Neša, onda je HR služba dobila mnogo više na značaju. Jer su oni nam unijeli neki novi uvid u poslovanje, u odnose, svi mislimo da znamo najbolje, ali su oni nama dali uvid u to da kažemo, čoveče, pa ti si problem, promeni se ti, prijatelju, ja, Tijana i ostali menadžment, znači nisu ovi ljudi problem, nisu mušterije problem, mi to znamo, ali nekako kad dođe čovjek sa strane i podsjetite na to, još pravo su ljudi, ipak i mi treba se još poboljšamo da budemo bolji. Ono u čemu su nam pomogli dosta, što recimo na U-teoriji, u čemu nam je dosta pomogao, mi radimo super intervjue i onboarding i mislimo da smo super u tome. Međutim, onda kad nam čovjek opet sa strane, jer uvek kad neko sedi sa strane bolje vidi tebe nego ti koji sediš ovde. I onda oni kad sa strane su nam ukazali neke stvari, pokazali su nam kako možemo bolje da poboljšamo naš proces regrutinga recimo, pa su nam također pokazali kako možemo poboljšati naš proces onboardinga, što je mnogo bitno. Jer vi možda regrutovati 1000 ljudi, ali ako oni kad dođu tu i ako nema ko da ih primi, ništa oni neće ostati i džabe ste uložili novac. Tako da smo što se tiče saradnje, otvorili su nova vrata, ajde da kažem, u našoj kompaniji. Tijana je kriva za što se to tako desilo.
Da. Jel imate nešto da nam podelite u ovom trenutku?
Može mikrofon?
Ne, da.
Još?
Da, gdje mikrofon?
Stiže. Tijana, pravo.
Hvala, dobar dan svima, hvala na pitanju i hvala na prilici da se i ja predstavim. Pa da, mogla bih samo da potvrdim sve ono što je moj direktor Bojan rekao, zaista je sve onako kako je rekao. Evo daću samo osvrt na njegovu repliku da je HR najomraženija služba, to je tačno. Evo mi sutra idemo na menadžerski team building i prethodnih dana moje kolege, menadžeri iz firme su stalno dolazili kod mene da me pitaju a šta ćemo tamo da radimo i kakav je taj hotel u koji idemo, a ja zaista nisam imala pojma, zaista mi Bojan ništa nije pominjao i oni su svi reagovali, znaš ti, znaš, ali nećeš da kažeš. Tako da i ja isto tako imam prilike da delujem kolegama, da nisam baš omiljeni lik, ali hvala Bogu ima prilike kada i jesam. Također bih se osvrnula samo na saradnju sa Tilom i Nebojšom i Publikom. Zaista sam zahvalna na prilici da budemo ovde danas. I isto tako bih voljela da dam svoj osvrt na kurs i seminar koji sam kod njih položila i postala profesionalni mentor. Zaista mi je to iskustvo, ta obuka koju sam prošla mnogo pomogla da negde otvorim vrata možda malo više zapošljavanju osoba s invaliditetom i da nekako malo drugačije pogledamo na resurs, taj, da kažemo, alternativni resurs koji mi kao kompanije imamo, a to je zapošljavanje osoba sa invaliditetom. Tako da, eto, moram da kažem da su mi Tina i Nebojša zaista pomogli da nekako drugu perspektivu i ja, a i mi kao kompanije dobijemo kada je zapošljavanje te kategorije ljudi u pitanju. Eto. Da, naučili smo da zaista ta kategorija ljudi može da bude blago, jer ono što sam čula od Tine, to je da svi mi imamo neki talenat, pa tako i osobe sa invaliditetom, i kada ih već zaposlimo, bilo bi dobro da gledamo u te njihove talente, da nam fokus bude na talentima, a ne samo njihovim nedostacima.
Hvala puno.
Nema rečeno.
Запрашам само, може би некој има некое прашање за Бојан или за Тијана? Не? Добро. Да продолжим. Не им треба. Им треба? Им треба. Да ја слушнеме Фросина или? Да. Може да ја слушнеме Фросина, која што ќе ни се јави.
Well, it's about the employment of people with disabilities. I mean, when entering in a company, we are all disabled because we are able to enter in an ecosystem that we don't know, and we are all disabled. And I think it's very important, and it's a step ahead, that we should avoid to label people being able or disabled, because we are all disabled, or we will be all disabled in the future. Therefore, it's better to, as you said, to concentrate on the abilities and take time to discover the talent of people and their innovation capacity, but avoiding to label people, let's say, and making differences between able and disabled, because otherwise it's only a legal issue. I mean, a legal issue that benefits the company. If you contract people with disabilities, I suppose here in Macedonia have certain advantages. But I mean, the fact is that in Norway, there's a higher percentage of people with disabilities than here or in Spain. The only reason is that more kind of differences are recognized because they have more money. Then, I mean, let's say barrier or this distinction between being disabled or not disabled is very, very gray, and we can make it disappear. But I think your approach is very correct, saying, okay, let's work for the discovering the talent and the abilities of people. Yeah, thank you.
Да, наравно.
I will add something to your speech also, and Tiana, because for us it's interesting thing that all people call those people with disabilities, but our approach is not. They are not with disabilities; they are with special abilities. Yeah, and that they are people with superpower. Because I will just give some short example from our company. We have few employees who are, people with superpower. Why? Because, for example, we have a girl who she's completely blind, and she doesn't see anything. But that means that if she has this disability to cannot see, that means that she needs to develop ability on a higher level in order to succeed in the present world. So, for example, she's superpower is that she is good sense of hearing the people over the telephone, and she's employed in our company in recruitment, and she's doing the first call when we call people in the interview, and she's also in charge when people finish the interview. If they get the job or they didn't get the job, doesn't matter. Then she called them to tell them to follow up them. And that for us, in our company, it's really good retention because of, not only because of her, but I think a big part is also her. one more example, that's one more example. Milos is the second guy. He is also employed as a, guy with disability. But he has a superpower because he learned programming, for example, back-end and front-end programming. And because we digitalize all the processes in our company, now he will become the first person responsible for overlooking those and fixes minor bugs and problems. So, people, men came in our company with disabilities, but we transform him to have superpower. No, he's the best in company in this ability. So, for example, for all of us, we don't have to call those people with disabilities. We have to always ask ourselves, if we are talking with someone who has that problem, what is his superpower? And imagine this for a thing, all of us looking for a workforce on a regular market, and all of us fighting for the same kind of people from the same pool. And there is a pool of fresh water, for example, near that, and nobody using it. Nobody drink water from this pool. And imagine your competition and your ability if you start thinking on this way. Hey, look, let's see what is here, which people exist here with superpowers. You will be much more competitive on the market if you change perspective. So we did it also. There's just to talk like conclusion. Thanks.
Некој друг? Имаме прашања?
Јас сум Билјана Божиновски, некој фармацевт, доаѓам од сосема друга, професија, меѓутоа секоја чест за кратко ја поглед на вашата веб страна и видов како ги мотивирате младите луѓе да се пријават кај вас на работа. Секоја чест затоа што сметам дека преку сите овие комуникации кои што ги давате преку веб страната, а ги считам и задоволството на вработените ваши млади, можам само да ви кажам дека имаме многу што да научиме од вас. Навистина е чест да се слушна дека и на Балканот има фирма успешна која што вработува млади луѓе, каде што сте сватиле дека адаптацијата и прифаќањето на младите кадри е на некој начин прилагодувањето кое што бизнисите ги води напред. Само една голема похвала. Браво.
Hvala. Evo, ja bih se osvrnuo na vašu pohvalu i hvala vam puno. I meni je bilo neprijatno kad smo se zvali i Tina i Nebojša kao ti da dođete kod nas, vi imate šta da kažete, šta mi ja kažemo, normalna firma, radimo, borimo se i to je to. Ali ono što sam shvatio u stvari je da svi mi bežimo malo od mladih ljudi i naši menadžeri kao, ma de ovi mladi, ne znaju šta hoće, razumete me? Ali kad razvijate ljude, to vam je, ja to dajem primjer često mojim menadžerima, to je kao da idete u rudnik zlata. Znači, vi idete u rudnik zlata, ali dok budete tražili zlato, naiđete na gomilu zemlje i blata. Jer mnogo više ima zemlje i blata nego zlata. Ali vi ne idete u rudnik zlata da tražite zemlju i blato. Vi idete da tražite zlato. Tako i mi. Mi moramo se posvetimo svim tim ljudima koji dođu kod nas, da imamo najbolji od nas i da tražimo zlato. I onda naravno to zlato se kad tad i vrati.
Имам још 1000 питања, ali pretpostavljam da su ljudi već umorni i da bi želeli malo pauzu, pa ćemo produžiti u drugom delu. Može tako? Da. Може прашањата, ако имаме уште, да ги оставиме за после? Према Бојан? Може. Да. Па ќе се вратиме повторно и ќе се дружиме. Да. Пауза, да. Да ве поканам на ручек во ресторанот на Спрат. Да. Сме подготвени да продолжиме. Се долго не вработени се надам. Што вчера дошли ми го пиша овде. Добро, да. Да. Може да продолжиме, се надевам, таму каде што застанавме. Се надевам дека е во ред со сите вклучени партиципиенти и учесници да продолжиме таму каде што застанавте. Се надевам дека уживавте во ручекот, во дружбите, во споделените идеи, дека ви легна малку знаењето или она што го добивте како инпут од страна на сите наши говорници. Се надевам дека убаво ја искористивте и плодно паузата да поразговарате на темите кои што се денеска ставени на масата. Продолжаваме таму где сме. Па мислим мислим да.
Само сам видиш што е пат. Ми тоа
Ти насоработуваш со Бојан и со негова со Proyer Solutions. Меѓутоа, во рамките на social mentorship, што е тоа што можеш да го возможиш на компаниите како неговата? И што значи тоа за луѓето кои што можеби...
Социјалното менторство се слушаме, така?
Да, да.
Малце можда невообичаено го сецнавме панелот, ама очигледно ни требаше пауза на сите, така да на здравие ручек дојдовте пак насад. Ќе се осврнеме во овој дел на социјалното менторство како методологија која што навистина гледаме дека прави промени во целиот регион. Пред околу 5-6 години заедно со нашите соработници ГИС свативме дека ние имаме навистина капацитетни луѓе околу нас, затоа и овие по теми што ги гледате тука, работната сила е секаде околу нас, само ние треба да ја препознаеме. И ова што Бојан го отвори како прашање, значи во секое едно лице можеме да препознаеме богатство. И тоа богатство да го ставиме во служба на компанијата. Меѓутоа, за да го ставиме тоа богатство во служба на компанијата, што е тоа што ние како компании треба да дадеме кон тие лица? Со тоа се занимава и социјалното менторство. Маја, ја ќе ве замолам ако може тој слайдот што секогаш го користиме да го пуштите ако е возможно, за чисто да ја добиеме сликата што се ова подразбира. Значи, социјалното менторство е програма која што се имплементира преку обука на социјални ментори. Ги викаме ментори за работна интеграција и на некој начин постојат две програми. Едната е насочена кон лица кои што од различни причини останале надвор од пазарот на труд, се долгорочно невработени. А од друга страна имаме се повеќе млади лица кои што за жал се соочуваат исто така со предизвици за влез на пазар на труд. И таа програма ја викаме WE програма, Work and Empowerment програм, при што ни е важно овие лица да работат на себе, да имаат таа самодоверба, да се спојат со вредностите кои што ги имаат и согласно тоа што ќе го добиеме како пакет афинитети, капацитети, вредности, тоа како се замислуваат себе си во иднината, да се препознае работно место кое што е најсоодветно за нив. Значи, нашите ментори работат и со млади лица, нашите ментори работат и со потешко вработливи лица, односно лица кои што останале на маргините. Ова што го нуди социјалното менторство како програма е, значи, постојат алатки преку кои што се согледуваат афинитети и капацитети на лицата кои што ги вклучуваме и секако ги гледаме и потребите на тие лица и на основа на тоа социјалниот ментор во соработка со лицето кое што го менторира препознава кое е најадекватното место за нив. Меѓутоа, она што ни е важно, значи не ни е доволно само да ја препознаеме оваа страна да ја сработиме. Лицата кои што се подолго време надвор од пазарот на труд, туку ни е важно активно да бидеме вклучени во поддршката на бизнисите. За тоа имаме развиена дополнителна програма, се вика програма за професионална интеграција на работно место и низ таа програма помина Тијана, која што пред малку го спомна тоа, помина и тука негде го видов, да, и Илија. Значи, тоа беше регионална група. Тоа се лица од HR, во иднина, значи сметаме дека се поеќе лица во компаниите кои што работат на онбординг процесите треба да поминат низ една ваква програма, заради тоа што многу е важно поддршката што им се дава на лицата кога ќе се вклучат тие на самиот пазар на труд. Многу често се случува брзо да ги напуштаат работните лица работните места. Зошто се случува тоа? Заради несоодветната поддршка. Дури сме имале компании со кои што се работуваме, кај што согледуваме дека грешката направена е на самиот старт. Значи, влегува лице во компанија и прво што му се кажува, не смееш да правиш ова и ова. И кога со некој таков став некого го пречекувате во компанијата, многу е веројатно дека следниот ден нема да ви се појави. Има компании кои што ќе ни кажат, па се чувствуваме како проточни бољери, многу лица поминуваат и заминуваат. Баш поради ова што не се средени тие процедури за онбординг, за регрутација, за селекција, ние губиме значајна работна сила. Овој процедурите овде го покажува она каков пристап во суштина имаме. Во првиот дел е социјалното менторство, во вториот дел е ова што работата со професионалните ментори во средниот менеджмент и во третиот дел е она што веќе го работевме, како што го спомна Бојан во Linear Solution, а тоа е инклузивно лидерство. Во тоа инклузивно лидерство подразбираме дека важно е да се искреира една програма за диверзитет и инклузија, кои што подразбираат и едукација на високиот менеджмент, меѓутоа подразбира и работа на овие процедури кои што се тука наведени и веќе ги спомнавме. Што значат сега процедурите? Како што кажа Бојан, во фирмите има секогаш процедури, но колку тие процедури ние ги аплицираме, значи колку се придржуваме до нив. Секогаш кога процедурата не е изработена од некој, многу тешко ни е, значи ние као by default као ќе кажеме ние го применуваме, но ова но прашање на вистина колку сме посветени на тоа што е запишано во некои процедури. Она што се работи со фирмите е на некој начин преработка или негде и дури креирање на нови процедури кои што доаѓаат од самите луѓе кои што работат во фирмата. Малку подоцна ќе слушнете излагање на Ела Маес, која што ни доаѓа од Актирис од Белгија и таа ќе објасни на кој начин во Белгија Актирис функционира како поддржувачко тело на компаниите кои што треба да развијат вакви програми за диверзитет и инклузија. Што значи тоа? Значи тоа е како мерка што државата ја дава за да ги поддржи компаниите низ овие процеси. Тоа се процеси нешто траат 10 дена, не траат ни еден месец. Значи од прилика траат по 5-6 месеци заради тоа што важно е во фирмата да постои посветен тим кој што ќе се посвети на изградбата на создавањето на овие процедури. Зашто кога сами ги создаваат луѓето, тогаш и многу полесно ги применуваат и сето тоа носи резултати. Значи, од прилика вака го гледаме ние пазарот на труд, ако сакаме, значи да имаме лица кои што нели ги вклучуваме, ги поддржуваме, ги задржуваме и тие остануваат нели на работните места, се чувствуваат добро на работните места, а колку што имаме поосвестен висок менеджмент, толку подобри резултати добиваме. Заради тоа што ова што го видовме како пракса од Linear Solution, гледаме дека отвореноста што ја има високиот менеджмент, да се слушне нешто ново, да се види мислењето, размислувањето на лицата кои што се вработени во компаниите. Тоа носи напредок, резултати. Многу е веројатно и поедноставно да се работи со фирми кои што се со 100-200 вработени, меѓутоа во тие поголемите системи, кај што имаме на 1000 вработени, кои што се бренчови овдека, кај нас веќе има многу стрикни политики и малце потешко можеме на ваков начин да ги сработиме сите овие процедури. Меѓутоа, секако постојат и овде исклучоци, постојат фирми. Ја ќе ве спомнам само така Зара, со кои што многу имаме одлична соработка и каде што се вработува заради тоа што нивната политика на уствари програма за диверзитет и инклузија подразбира поддршка на тешко вработливи лица, во нивниот случај лица со попречености. Во моментот во Зара се вработени 7 лица со попречености и одлично се вклопени на своите работни места. Она што направено е од нивна страна како дополнителен напор е тоа што средниот менеджмент е обучен како да ги поддржи овие лица, односно по препорака на социјален ментор, во случајов на сите 7 лица, тука е социјалната менторка, Магда, и тебе би те замолила можда овдека да додадеш за процесот, каква поддршка им даде и што е тоа што ти им го донесе како информација на Зара, за да можат тие да го заокружат целиот тој процес на поддршка. Фала ти.
Сега е добро. Па да, прво здраво на сите. Баш ми е драго што сме тука, со дел од вас се знам, со некои и не. Меѓутоа да, во Зара некако се појави уште од сам почеток, многу долго го работевме за да стигнеме до некој процес на некоја доверба помеѓу двете страни, затоа што мислам дека тие веќе има едно искуство на такво вработено лице, мислам дека беше лице главолема девојка. Меѓутоа потоа мислам дека беше еден период кога тие сакаа да се запознаат со нашата програма, јас сакав да се запознам со нивните политики и секако она што е најважно во менторството, поготово важно за мене, е да бидеме сигурни дека ги оставаме лицата во една безбедна средина, која не би направила никаков регрес, туку баш напротив би направила прогрес. за овие лица и тоа навистина така се случи. Имавме извонредна соработка затоа што пред се видов дека тие вработувања не се формално колку да се случи вработување, за да можат да се пофалат пред светот дека работат нешто такво, туку навистина тие лица беа разбрани и што најважно од се беа дочекани како сите останати колеги во однос на можностите што им се даваат, а секако дека за нив беа направени исклучоци кои останатите бизниси многу често имам искуство да го доживуваат како привилегија кога се овие лица во прашање, а не гледаат дека тоа е единствен начин како би ги подобриле, односно би ги доизградиле нивните потенцијали. Така да некако тоа веќе стана безбедно за мене место за вработување, откако ќе ги оставам таму лицата. Јас навистина, пошто ова можеби не звучи така, меѓутоа е многу одговорна работа, затоа што вие кога почнувате да работите со едно лице, вие до никаде имате право да веќе влегувате во неговиот живот и веќе до некаде имате право да го промените. На вас е дали тоа ќе го направите на позитивен или негативен начин, а тука секако дека бизнисот многу влијае и јас искрено, откако ќе вработиме некој лице, не е дека секогаш спија мирно каде сме го оставиле, меѓутоа кога ги го ставиме кај нив, тогаш сум безбедна дека е навистина на место на кое што ќе знам кога има некоја промена, што е многу важно, и ќе имаме простор да интервенираме, затоа што исто така е многу важно кога зборуваме за одржливи вработувања, ако на време сме известени, на време и ќе реагираме и ќе се променат нештата. Така да, ете, мислам дека програмата веќе колку години, мислам дека 3, како соработуваме со конкретно со Зара, веќе има неколку вработувања и што е најважно од сега, што се надевам дека бизнисот тоа сака да го слушне, сите до сега таму вработени се уште вработени на тоа работно место.
А се лица со попречености?
Да, сите се високо функционални, сите функционираат во, сите се различни, затоа индивидуален и пристапот, и тоа што е добро не е само нашиот индивидуален пристап, тука и на страна на бизнисот е многу индивидуален пристапот, затоа што тие заедно го одбравме работното место, работната позиција, која најмногу ќе му одговара на лицето, колегите, динамиката, а и продавницата. Така да, тоа е една навистина успешна приказна, се надевам дека ќе потрае.
Да, фала ти, Магде. Пошто ги гледам дека се тука и Љупка и Марина од Албатрос, кај нив имаше еден многу специфичен случај каде што лице кое што работеше на закопчување и сечење конци, имаше многу ниска продуктивност кога ги вршеше двете операции. И во еден момент мајсторката свати дека многу е подобро да се направи обид заради тоа што постоело страв при сечењето. Ова се однесува исто за лице со попречености. Мајсторката препознала дека треба да се прескокне операцијата сечење конци, а да се стави внимание на операцијата копчење. Така да, откако се направи ваква промена, ние тоа го викаме, значи имаме еден посебен пристап job carving и job crafting, кај лицето се зголеми ефикасноста за 130%, што е навистина огромна разлика. Ете, тоа е тоа колку е важно да се фокусираме на она што го гледаме како потенцијал во поединецот, што е тоа што тој најдобро може да го направи, да го ставиме во служба на компанијата. И сега би додала уште во однос на тој скриен пазар на труд, го нарекуваме скриен пазар на труд, заради тоа што навистина ако ги гледаме бројките, статистиките овде во Македонија, можеме да видиме дека ние во моментов имаме над 100.000 баратели на работа, а од друга страна имаме над 9.200 отприлика е во моментов отворени работни места. И сега прашањето е како не можеме да ги покриеме овие работни места. Од друга страна, имаме на 260.000 неактивно население. Значи, овдека не сум ги пресметала лицата кои што се како пензионери, ученици, студенти. Така што, значи, ако ги земе неактивното население и барателите на работа, ние навистина имаме огромен потенцијал на работна сила, кој што треба да најдеме начин како да ги активираме и како да ги поддржиме и да ги задржиме на работните места. Така што социјалното менторство овдека ги нуди тие алатки, пристапи кои што им овозможуваат на овие лица кои што подолго се надвор од пазарот на труд, полесно да се интегрираат и да можат да го реализираат својот капацитет. Се ни е тука, само како да треба да ги посложиме коцките. Во моментов тргна една иницијатива, проект заедно со Министерството за социјала, каде што 120 лица во неколку градови во Македонија со поддршка на Светска банка ќе бидат вработени, ќе бидат поддржани. Значи веќе од следната недела започнува обуката на социјалните ментори кои што ќе работат со нив и понатака, значи, целиот процес на поддршка паралелно, значи, кај нас така оди обука, која што е поддржана со теренска работа и веруваме дека за 12 месеци ќе вработиме сериозен процент од овие 120 лица кои што се предвидени во програмата.
На следниот форум ќе дискутираме за резултатите од после овие 12 месеци. Ќе преминеме кон Фросина, која што ќе ни сподели искуство од Пандора. Сите ја знаете, предпоставам, Пандора. Само уште едно кратко прашање кон Бојан. Предпоставам да вие осеќате разлику пре и после, јел да? Едино што хочу да знам, јели успевате да контаминирате и други компании, други организации да раде тоа што ви радите, jer лако е утицати на запосленike, šta je sa drugim kompanijama, vi niste mala kompanija.
Može. Ne direktno se bavimo mi kao kompanija tim poslom, međutim, dosta kompanija koje se bave sličnom vrstom posla, prosto sami gledaju u čemu smo mi uspešni i onda prepisuju to od nas. Tako da uvode incentive za zaposlene, motivaciju, budžet, edukaciju i tačno ja to vidim i primećujem, tako da jeste to konkurencija, ali mi je opet drago što i oni to rade. Naši se nekad zaposleni menadžment ljuti. Kaže, jesi video, sad neko iz naše kompanije ode i onda on počne primenjuje te skillove u drugoj kompaniji i meni kažu, kako ga nije sramota, on je to od nas odneo, ali ja kažem, pa ne, to je baš dobro, jer mi živimo i sad i kod njih, kroz njihovu kompaniju, naša kompanija živi. Tako da se mi u stvari širimo, naš utjecaj širimo, tako na taj način utičemo. Živi dalje.
Hvala puno. Ви благодарам многу и на двајцата. Може да продолжиме понатаму, нели? Да, хвала. Да, може и таму и од вам. Продолжуваме кон нешто кое што може би не ни размислуваме, да кажам, во прва линија дека има некаква сериозна импликација на работната култура, работното место, на тоа како живееме во работните простории со нашиот работен организам. Меѓутоа, тоа е сепак тука и е важно, се работи за дизајнот или за дизајнот за сите. Нашиот следен соговорник е Франческа Рагал, кој што доаѓа од Шпанија, неколку пати го слушнавте, директор на Proa Solutions и председател на Design for All International. Тој е пионер кој што целосно реосмисли или горе осмисли начинот на кој што дизајнираме простори, тоа не само било какви простори, туку простори, да речам, од оние на кои што се одржува Олимписките игри во Барселона до оние што се комплетно комерцијални или, да речеме, корпоративни. Напоменавте дека return of investment бил 1,6. Го памтам тој податок, 1,6 дена, само заради поставување на знаците за ориентација во Саграда де Фамилија. Едва и чекам да ве слушнеме. Повелете, да. Да. Come on stage, please.
Okay, as she said, we'll change a bit the frame and we'll talk about, I mean, you have been talking about diversity in the workforce. Now we'll talk about diversity and diversity as a richness and a strategic tool for the full development of the company. Would they have something to change the slides? Yeah. Where it is? Sorry, my fault. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Can you put the presentation on the screen? Okay. Okay. You will be very happy knowing that I will jump some slides already. Where should I point? Here? Okay. Okay. I don't know where should I point to manage that it work. Yeah. Okay. To have it on is always a help. Okay. We'll talk about the Humbles method, a human-centered business transformation. May I have a micro to move a bit around? If not, every time that I turn, you will lose my voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's better. And in this way, I can see you all as well. Well, the thing is that to deal with the business environment, it has been said several times this morning, you should be a bit humble and to recognize what you know, what you don't know, and to be open to discover. As I mentioned, Design for All is about discovering the richness of human diversity, and its implementation requires one important thing: empathy. I mean, you should be able to wear in the shoes of anybody else to understand their needs, wishes, expectations, and to recognize and celebrate our differences and commonalities, including shared methods, ideologies, goals, practices, and challenges, and also to promote collaboration and sharing between the company teams, the clients, the providers, the public in general, as a way to go forward. Design for All, we define Design for All as intervention on environments, products and services in a way that everybody, regardless age, gender, abilities, cultural background, can participate in our society, but also including future generations. In this way, link with the concept of regeneration. I mean, we cannot leave to future generation a worse planet than the planet that we have received. Then we should bear this in mind, and our empathy should not be only towards the other human beings, but also about the other living beings. I mean, the animals and plants. And in this way, we can all participate in social, economic, cultural, and leisure activities and develop our potential on a base of equal opportunities. Many companies around the world have already introduced this strategy in their way of working. I will show you some examples. One is IKEA, that they create their working teams in a way that they reflect, let's say, the society for which they are working to, in terms of diversity and gender. But as example, Panasonic, you may not remember, but Panasonic was almost crushed. And then Kunio Nakamura took the leadership, and he said, okay, we will reshape the company strategy based on a distinctive black box technology. I mean, a technology developed by us that we only know, to Design for All, to allow everybody to use our products in the best way as possible, and with environmental considerations in every aspect of the product development. Tata, they got about 36,000 employees, and they invite everyone in the 30 countries where they operate to contribute to innovation and good practices and to implement it and put it in practice. Or Fujitsu, they organize every year a fair that the only aim of this fair is to present the innovations to potential clients and to have their staff there to talk to the potential clients and to know their opinion, what they think, what is their perception, and to learn from that. In Nestlé, in Spain, I mean, Nestlé is the worldwide company, but in Spain, they develop a strategy where not only the employees, but also retired employees participate in innovation programs. And in the period that they were doing this, they collect more than 5,000 innovative ideas, and 10% of these, 9% of these ideas were put into practice, and people that were selected last, the providers of these ideas, were rewarded with a travel to a European city. Or Supergriff, that is a company that produces taps for showers and for kitchens, etc. What they do is that for any single new product, everyone in the company is involved in looking at this and, let's say, trying to find possible innovations in this product. And in Subaru is a branch of Fuji Heavy Industries. And in Subaru, some years ago, they decided that at least 8% of their employees should be disabled because they believe in, let's say, social integration. And then they involve all the company in this effort, all the employees. Then the head of departments, they were teach, as example, in sign language by the new deaf employees, and they adapt the working places to people with different aids and abilities, etc. Because they believe, and that is very important, that innovation is created when abilities nurtured from various individuals' values and experiences and backgrounds of all employees are fully demonstrated. I mean, innovation, is not only an issue of, let's say, provide the opportunity for a person with disability to work in a place, is that to have the advantage in the company that when we have new blood, fresh air inside the company, we have new opportunities to learn about different ways to see the life. In Sears, they counted and they realized that an increase in 5% of employee satisfaction resulted in 1% of increase of client satisfaction, and that increased the benefits of a company in 0.5%. And that's why, let's say, after collecting all these experiences from my own company, but also from many other companies in the world, especially in Japan, because it's in Japan where design for all, also called universal design, is more put into practice in companies. What we learn about this, we try to put it together in this method, the Humbles method, that is called Humbles, in order to easy to remember the 6 phases of this method. That is about highlight opportunities, identify the users, monitor interaction, breakthrough options, layout solutions, efficient communication, and success evaluation. Then, why should our companies embrace design for all? This is the first phase, highlight, design for all opportunities. Can you please raise your hand if you think that would be good for your company to increase the number of users? Yeah, you think, yeah, is a good idea? Okay, good. You think to increase the number of clients would be also a good idea? Yeah, good. In order to, okay, it depends. For all, yeah, okay. Also for gain feedback on the company strategy, yeah? From potential and existing consumers and clients, do you think would be a good idea? Yeah, good. To prevent problems, what that means? Well, I will tell you a funny story. You know this? Yeah? You know what happened with this? You know what happened? That you have this in your mouth? And many children died swallowing this cup, yeah? And that was a concern for the company because if a child died after swallowing this, well, you cannot blame big for a child misbehaving, but in any case, it's better for big not that this would not happen. What they did, you know what they did? Yeah. They put a hole. Yeah. Then if the child swallow the cup, can breathe while you are taking the child to the hospital and the child don't die. Yeah. Then, I mean, I remember teaching ergonomics that with my students, what I did was to ask them how many users would have a big pen. Normally, the list of things that you can do with this is about between 50 and 60 different uses that you can give to this apart from writing. Yeah, because we can blow, we can use. I mean, we can use it to drink. We can do many things. Yeah. Then to know about what people is willing to do with this kind of with our products is very good in order to prevent problems. Okay, to reach international markets, new international markets would be a good idea as well. Increase the market share within the tourist sector. There's also a curious issue, although I think most of you are not in the field of tourism, but we have near Barcelona a city called Girona that is famous for the old medieval ghetto for Jewish. And the city is visited by many Jewish people. Then I ask to the tourist operators, do you sell kosher wine? I said, what? I mean, if you don't sell kosher wine, your very orthodox Jewish visitors will drink water, which is a different margin. Yeah. There are now in Catalonia, in my country, 3 sellers producing kosher wines that they start to produce them to offer it in Girona, and now they are exporting to people where there's a big group of Jews, like in States, Israel, etc. Then we can also enhance our external reputation, but also our internal reputation. I mean, if we have certain values that are shared between all of us, if all of us in our company, we are contributing to the improvement of the company, the company internally will be also more valued. And then you can also anticipate trends because you can, let's say, know better how people behave, and you know better about their dreams and their expectations, and then you can anticipate what would happen. But also you can foster customers and employees loyalty. You can reduce cost at medium term because all this, let's say, improvement of the product development may reduce cost. You can innovate in products and services, or sometimes to transform products into services, like the example that you mentioned. I mean, stop selling shoes, let's rent shoes. Then shoes as a service, which is a very interesting concept. I like it a lot. To focus the business on the client or the user, again, in the tourist sector, that is very important. I mean, what a client of an hotel like this one wants from the hotel: be treated as the best client. And if I have, as I see today, a group of Japanese that for some reason, I think they were hiking and they were quite old and very tired, and they were walking the stairs going down to the street with a lot of difficulties and not even with a handrail. Yeah. Then these clients don't feel like treated as the best clients. Therefore, I mean, you should guarantee that all clients are treated as the best. To find new business lines, that is a very curious case. Axel Hotels, they define themselves as heterosexually friendly because the owner is homosexual and he developed his company thinking on a business niche of homosexual masculine couples because they have a lot of money, not many of them have children, etc. And then he based his business. But suddenly, after 2 years opening the first hotel, and then they have already 8, they discover a new market that they didn't expect. Can some of you guess what was this new market? This another niche of clients? Yeah. No, you know which was, and here I think you are majority. Business woman traveling alone. Because, I mean, you, businesswoman traveling alone, you have experience for sure that you are having a dinner alone in the hotel, and a man approaches to you, hey, are you alone? In these hotels, that is very odd if happens because the majority of the clients are homosexual. Then I mean, women prefer to, women traveling alone, they prefer to use this chain. Okay, then consolidate as well the ethical principles and increase the company prestige. Yeah. Then, do you think that you like this, let's say, objective? Yeah. Your company would be comfortable trying to achieve this? Yeah. Okay. Then you are ready to embrace design for all. Let's continue. Who are my clients and who are my users and my potential clients and users? Well, to answer this, we should know that the one who purchase our products are not always our users. I mean, the CEOs in this room, possibly, you have a very comfortable chair in your office, but probably your chair has not been purchased by you. Just has been purchased maybe by the company that decorates the company, maybe by the head of purchases, but not selected by you. But you are using this chair. Then it's like in a lollipop. It is very rare that a lollipop is bought by the own child, but is bought by the parents or the grandparents. And then the client and the user are completely different. But you need to know both. And the population is very diverse. And then you should know which are the psychological and physiological aspects of your clients, as well the kind of limitations that they may face. We make a work for the European Commission about the impact of Tourists for All in Europe. And we call 5,000 Europeans in different countries to ask them about their holidays, how they organize, etc., etc. And then only at the end, we ask them if they feel that they have some kind of disability while traveling. Can you guess which percentage of people declare that they feel having a disability? Can somebody give a figure? 40%. 40%. Why 40%? Because in many countries, the percentage of people with disabilities are maybe 8, 15, 10, etc. Why 40%? Well, because if I'm a family, member of a family, and in my family there's a member with disability, then I will have a problem. If I was hiking like the Japanese today, and I turned my leg and I got an injury afterwards, then I'm a disabled, temporarily disabled, but I am a disabled. Yeah. If it is raining like yesterday and I use glasses, I feel that I'm blind because my glasses are full of drops. Yeah. I mean, all these things makes the fact that people have problems dealing with the environment if the environment is not properly adapted to all of us. And also there are social and cultural aspects. Again, for the Council of Europe, we made a work about the needs in refugees camps. And what we do was to ask the refugees what were their needs. The first was to have water, clean water to drink. The second was to have food to eat. The third, can you guess which was the third? Sorry? No, a phone. A phone and internet access. Yeah. I mean, you should know about what people needs, yeah? Okay, and then the habits of everyone, also if people is sedentary, if people follow certain religions, or they, let's say, are vegan. Or another option, I mean, you can collect all this data, or you can play with us what we have invented, that is the diversity cube. I mean, it's like the cubic Rubik cube, where we put in each phase all aspects that diversity that are interesting for us, like maybe languages or incomes or level of education, etc. Then we play with our cube, and in one phase, it will appear a profile. And then, are we ready to respond to this profile, and to this other profile, and to this other profile? Then if we are ready for everything, that's perfect, yeah? Okay, once we know about our clients and users, we can monitor the interaction of these clients and users with our product and the service. What should be improved? We have several research techniques. In the left axis, you have the wealth of information, and in the right, the cost of this information. And you have different techniques. Leque, as an example, they use charts of users and staff together with experts exploring how people got breakfast in different parts of the world. They were making cooking tools. TCC, that is a transport company in Barcelona, they have an ombudsman that in this case is an ombudswoman because it's Imma, and and she receive all the claims from the clients and explore he has right, he is not right, and in any case, I mean, which improvements can arise from these claims. Or Sol Melia, that is a hotel chain that makes surveys to all the clients about all these things. Okay, here we can see how they were exploring different kind of kitchens in different countries, or how they involve people in cooking the breakfast. And at the end, what you can create is an improvement map. The cheapest way to create an improvement map for your products and services is to start doing it with your staff. Yeah. Then when more diverse is your staff, more rich will be this. I mean, you take all the aspects of the life cycle of your product or service, the advertising, the information, distribution, packaging and transportation, sales, etc., the use of the product, the maintenance, etc., and finally, when you refuse the product. And you look in each of these steps, what can be improved from the point of view of men, women, laterality, body dimensions, abilities, etc., etc. And with that, you know what should be improved in your product or service. It is a long task, but it works. It was very curious that in order to illustrate all this process, I used the example of Chupa Chups, that is a lollipop, and then like telling a history about the new marketing director of Chupa Chups and how he implemented Design for All. And the funny thing is that while, let's say, the book was recently published, Chupa Chups was sold out to a multinational called Perfetti. And what Perfetti did? Well, to implement 2 of the 6 things that I was suggesting. I mean, to improve the envelope, to change the stick for a material that is not plastic, etc., etc. I mean, for sure they were not copying the book, but they analyzed the product and they got some conclusions about it. Yeah. Okay, and then when we know about all the things that can be improved, will we do these improvements at one time? No. I mean, because we need to know about the impact on the potential user and clients. We need to know if our investments will be, let's say, appropriate for this project. If there's a sense of opportunity, I mean, can I make an accessible website to attract more people? Yeah, right now, no. When I will renew my website, yeah. And then also, and that's very important, the capacity of development and implementing the improvements. I mean, when you mention the mentors, yeah, I mean, it is clear that in many cases, the companies need external knowledge to be hired to be able to develop these projects. And then you should have capacity to manage the project. And once you have this, then you have the 7 interdependent success factors. That is long to explain, but I will do it in a very short way. We have discovered many years ago, together with my friends Silvio Sagramola and Peter Neumann, that any project in the world contain these 7 factors. And if these factors are not balanced, the project fails. And that's always, always, always. And doesn't matter if it is a construction project in Abu Dhabi, doesn't matter if it is a winery, doesn't matter if it is the idea of selling the company. If all these things, the commitment at the top level, coordination, continuity, networking and participation, strategic planning, knowledge management, qualification, resource optimization, and communication and marketing. If one of them fails, the project fails. And then we go to implement these solutions. And that always goes through a process that starts defining a briefing, then to check the interaction with, let's say, the prototypes, etc., after interacting with the partners. I mean, you develop prototypes and test models, and finally, you put your product in the market, and then you have the evaluation that here is in gray because it's the last part of the Hamels method. But now I will show you about this company, Access Safety, that they decided to do something. They were not in the business of street flooring at all. And they said, okay, what people say about flooring? And they ask producers, they ask installers, they ask citizens, they check everything. And then they decide to design new flooring for cities from the scratch. And as a consequence, they invented a new material called sintered stone. And now, I mean, they are producing and selling a product that don't have the spots. Chewing gum is not attached to it, is not slippery, it lasts 50 years, and use the materials that is rejected by stone quarries. I mean, they use only recycled material. Yeah. And then we have efficient communication, should be flexible in communicating, do not stigmatize, be sincere and honest. It was mentioned already today. Be simple, receptive, and permeable to the feedback in the process. And we have a funny story from Lloren's Dolls. Is a factory that produces dolls for babies. And they were enthusiastic about the accessible dolls. And they produced dolls where the dresses were easy to close, the eyes reproduce, and the how is called this? This part of lashes. Yeah, thank you. The lashes were almost feeling like natural in order that a blind child may perceive the lashes, everything. Yeah. It was very nice, though. What was the mistake? They said, we have made these dolls in this way. All children with disabilities will feel very good playing with these dolls. They don't sell one. Why? Because if I have a child with disability, I don't want to have a special thing for my child. I want my child playing with normal things. If my child is not disabled, why should I give to my child a toy for disabled? Then they change completely their strategy. They never mention for whom are the products. They describe the qualities of the products, and that is also very important. And then success evaluation. I mean, you may have sales grow, margin grows in the participation in market, profitability, return of investment that I mentioned, in growth in different groups of clients, and then, as I mentioned before, Sagrada Familia is an exceptional example that they, let's say, got a return of investment in 1.7 days. But also, Catalan Railways, they decide to invest not 80,000 euros, but 19 million euros in making a line accessible together with the trains. And the return of investment was in 1.6 years, because they increased the passengers by 16%. What do you think? 16% of wheelchair users? Obviously not. 16% of pram users, bicycle users, skater users, freelancers that were painters, and they were the trolley, they took the paint through the train, etc., etc. I mean, this is always an increase of clients when you well-implemented design for all, and they also were checking the increase in the satisfaction of the clients that also grow. Okay, and then there are also intangible or not that tangible advantages like the improvement of the work climate, the increase of noticeability of the company, the image in social forums, the brand image and reputation, etc. And here I show you some example of inspiring products and services. One very funny is this one from Tokyo, that they ask 16 designers to design nice, accessible toilets. Then the Tokyo toilets that were also the object of a film are now one of the tourist attractions to go to Tokyo to visit these toilets. But also you have from Atun this half robot that you can wear to reduce your fatigue while carrying weights and prevent injuries. Or from Sony, you have these two products. One is the joystick that is developed to make it accessible for everyone, and then went to the market for everyone. And you can substitute and replace the pieces of the joystick. But they also developed this drum that when you play it, it has light and vibrates. Then even if you are deaf, you can be part of an orchestra. Yeah, but it's also nice for everyone. Yeah, or after the Fukushima disaster, Panasonic developed this lamp that you can put any kind of battery inside that it works. Doesn't matter the battery that you have in house. You put batteries and it works. Or also Fujitsu, they develop this initiative that in sport fields, they are very noisy, and youngsters and children with autism spectrum cannot manage with all this noise around, and then they create closed spaces where they are more silent, and in this way they can enjoy the game. Then, after this, what can you do tomorrow if you want to implement this? My suggestion is, first, discuss internally if this list of opportunities can be interesting for your company. Then discover the richness of the diversity in your workforce, the people that works in the company. And third, because it's also not very expensive, start to create your map, the improvement maps with your employees. I mean, to allow them and to reward them participating in proposing ideas for improving and innovating. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Некакви прашања, сугестии, да сподели нешто со Франческа?
It has been too much.
We're struggling with
Time.
No.
Oh.
It's okay. We are in Macedonia. We are struggling with opportunities for people for disabled or in a wheelchair to come close to the public spaces.
Yeah.
Let alone companies.
Yeah.
Okay, but I can start thinking. Да продолжиме и би сакала да ги поканам на сцената Александра Илоска од Паблик, која што Понатаму ќе ја покани Ела Маес од Актирас, од Брисел, која што ќе ни се јави онлайн, така? Да. Тина ја спомна пред некое време, таа се бави со, односно работи во јавна служба за вработување во Брисел, која што носи пак вредни сознанија како тие сервиси да се поврзат со компаниите. И дополнително ја имаме и Ленче Коцевска од Министерство за труди, така? Труди и економија, да, повелете. Овде гасам.
Добро, не е толку близко. Да, па, или да ги свртиме. So we are continuing with the next panel. And actually today over the various panels, what we witness is that the future of work is happening right now in this moment. We also witness that it's not only changing the way how we are working, but it's changing also the very foundations of the businesses and institutions themselves. We also witnessed that there is a shift in the power dynamics in the labor market as new generations of workers are entering, expecting for a more inclusive, flexible, and meaningful workplaces with purpose. In this panel, we will be exploring the transformation. How can we support these ongoing transformations? To be more specific, we will be exploring how public policies implemented on national and local level can work together in order to support these shifts in the labor market. We will also question if public policies are enough to support these huge shifts in the labor market, or do we need additional programs and measures that will support and will build the capacities of the business sectors and of the other actors in the ecosystem of the labor market in order to help them to better align with this bigger picture. Today in this panel, we have two exceptional women. Ela Maes, she's with us online. Hi, Ela.
Hello.
She's working as an inclusion consultant in Actiris. It is a regional employment agency which is covering the Brussels and the entire region of Brussels. And we have Lenča Kocevska. She's a state advisor for labor market policies in the Ministry of Economy and Labor in North Macedonia. We'll be starting with Ela. She will speak about one very, very interesting program that is implemented by Actiris and that aims to support companies in implementing plans for inclusion and diversity. Ela, thank you once again for joining us, and the floor is yours.
All right, I don't see my presentation though. I don't know if you see it, or can I share myself?
They will enable you.
All right, thank you.
And they will.
Perfect.
Ela, you can share it from your. Okay.
Perfect.
Yes.
Then I'll do that. Let me check for my presentation for a second. Okay, I'm gonna share this one. Wait a second. Yeah. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in presentation mode and then we can start. Oh, wait a second. Now I don't see. Is it okay if I put it like this? There you go. Wait a sec. Otherwise, I only see this. Okay, perfect. So can you hear me well as well over there?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invite, Alexandra. I'm very happy to be here with you today. So today I will give you a small introduction on what we do as a diversity department in Actides in Brussels, and how we help employers building up a diversity and inclusion strategy. So very short, what is Actides? So Actides is a public service for job seekers and employers in the Brussels region. So we are really committed to increasing the employment rate of Brussels residents by focusing on two main tasks. So the first one is quality guidance and services for job seekers. And the second one is free service for employers who are really looking for employees in the Brussels regions and in larger Belgium as well. So we have multiple different departments within Actides, but I'm part of the diversity department. And so we link very close to the second main task of Actides, this free services for employers. So we as a diversity department really provide advice to Brussels-based employers from both the public and the private sector who want to make diversity and inclusion an asset for their company. And this, of course, and I want to start with that, is all set in a legal framework. So I will give you a short review, a bit of the history of our diversity plans. So it actually all goes back to the 90s when the first real quantitative studies were done in Belgium, which showed that a lot of job seekers on the Brussels labor market experienced discrimination in their job search. And this led to the creation of a first social pact. So in this social pact were players from the local government, the Brussels government, also social partners. There were researchers from universities in this and also members of public and private companies to really address this discrimination problem on the labor market, and that something should be done to go against this. And that's actually when Actides got the first mandate to implement this in the Brussels regional field. With the result that the first consultants in our department were hired in 2006, and they started to create really this operational framework on how to promote diversity and inclusion on the Brussels labor market. Of course, again, with all these players from the social pact. So really working together with the government, with the Ministry of Economy in Brussels. So this framework was approved then in 2007 and got implemented in the Brussels regional law in 2008. And at the end of this first year, the consultants who were there back then, they created the first 16 diversity plans with companies based in Brussels. So this Brussels regional law, so there's a framework on the equality of the treatment in the job field. And secondly, there is a law dedicated to the promotion of diversity within Brussels companies from 2008. This one is also reviewed a little bit in 2019. And actually, this law really sets out the framework for our department and also the companies who work together with us. So for example, it states that private companies do it voluntarily, but public companies are obliged in the Brussels law to have a diversity and inclusion strategy. It also sets out that we from Actides have to provide financial support to the companies. And for example, that I as a consultant am obliged to give free tools, access to a network, etc. So it sets out all these rules in this law. So that's a brief history, but I think it's important for you to really understand that it's really embedded in our regional Brussels law, and that multiple players were also involved to create this diversity department in the first place and to create these tools. And these tools are, of course, the next thing I want to talk about with you, because I think that will interest you the most. Like, what is this diversity plan and what do we do? So we've created with our department 3 different diversity plans. And before I explain the differences, it's important for you to know that the structure of the plan actually always follows these domains and target groups, regardless of the type of plan. So when it comes to the domains that we focus on in the plan. These are really the typical domains of the management. So it's recruitment and selection, HR policies, internal communication, and awareness raising. And the final one, external positioning, so which is really your positioning as a company towards the outside world, your clients, your providers, etc. The target groups are definitely not randomly chosen, but statistics on the Brussels labor market permanently show, unfortunately, that these groups with these criteria experience the most discrimination on our labor market, have the hardest time to find work in Brussels. So that's why we focus in our plans on these specific groups. So for Brussels specifically, that's people from a non-Belgian origin. And as you might know, Brussels is the second most diverse city in the world. So we have a lot of people with a non-Belgian background. So it's really important to specify this group. Then also people with a lower degree or with no degree, or a degree that is not recognized, because with these people from all these backgrounds, they often have a degree in their country where they are from, but which is not recognized in Belgium, which is a big problem on our labor market. Then you also have the younger people who experience difficulties, and the more experienced, so 45 plus. And another group is gender, so not only the equality between women and men, but for example, also people from the LGBTQI plus community, parents on the work floor, mothers specifically, etc. And then the final group, people with a disability, a visible or a non-visible disability. So it's important to keep in mind, so our statistics in Brussels have shown that these criteria are important to focus on, but this can change in your own country. So it's important to measure these data and have these data before you create a plan. So the three tools then that we have the mini plan, we have the global plan, and the thematic plan. So if a company chooses to do the mini plan, this one focuses really on one specific domain or one target group, as I've shown in the previous slide. So this means, for example, if a construction company has 90% men and only 10% women working in the company can say we do a mini plan and we focus on the recruitment of more women. So for this plan, we provide a subsidy of €5,000 to roll out all the actions from Actides. And there is a requirement of minimum of 4 actions that the company has to do. The second plan, the global plan, takes more a global approach over the different domains and the different groups. So there we have the minimum requirement of 8 actions, and we do a system of 50% co-financing. So this means if all the actions cost, for example, €20,000, we from Actides give the company 10,000, and the company itself put also 10,000 in, with a maximum of this 10,000. So it can pay less, but more, but it always stays this €10,000. Then the thematic plan is actually a follow-up plan. So for companies who are already doing their second or third or fourth plan with us, they can opt for a thematic plan, but this actually follows the same strategy as the global plan, with the same financing system to have. Okay, so how do we roll out these plans with companies? And to explain you that, I'll show you our diversity circle that you see on the slide. So if a company is interested to roll out a plan, we always start with a meeting with one of the consultants. Today, that's me for you, wherein we explain how we work and what our tools are. And if the company gives a go to start, we always ask them to create an internal diversity working group, which consists of a couple of colleagues, preferably from different departments, ages, experiences, and genders. And with this group, we as consultants will plan multiple workshops to come together to an action plan. And in these workshops, we focus first on a quantitative study. So how is the workforce composed? So how many women, men are working? What are the age differences? Do all the employees have degrees? Yes or no? Are there people with disabilities, for example? So we first ask for all the data, and starting from the data, we will do also a qualitative research together with the work group. So we will really question with a couple of methodologies, what are the strong points already? So what is the company already doing in terms of D&I, and what are the points of improvement? And of course, these points of improvement are for us the starting point to write an action plan. So it's really in co-construction with the company. So after this process of workshops, after finishing writing the plan will be approved within Actiris. We have a special jury for that as well. And when it's positively approved, the company can start rolling out the action plan, and they have 2 years for that. After the 2 years, we do a final evaluation. In the meantime, they can always call me if they have questions, I can help them. But after 2 years, there is a final evaluation. And if that one is positive, they can opt for a label. And this label, diversity label, is handed out by the Brussels Minister of Work. So there you see again this close working together with the Minister of Economy. So he hands out these diversity labels every year. And then the company can start again with the process if they want. So here you see a picture of the yearly diversity label award ceremony that we do. It's really fun. All the companies can also network together. We have some inspiring speakers there. The minister is there. So it's really important for us to keep on organizing this. Then, of course, the type of actions we do, I don't have time today to zoom in on all the different actions we do. It's always tailor-made, and yeah, it's really based on what the company wants. We have some general examples, which are in all the domains that I've mentioned before. Maybe we can send this presentation afterwards so you can slowly go through the actions, and if you still have questions, we can talk about it. But I think for you, what is more interesting is actually some key insights from what we've learned. What is the impact? What are the lessons learned from our service, as we are already doing this for almost 20 years? We are actually working right now on an impact study with a university in Brussels. The results are not yet in, but we ask with every evaluation our companies to really respond to the impact question as well. So I took out some of the most interesting quotes, and they actually come back all the time. So what a lot of our companies say that the impact is that it has become a topic of discussion within the company. So the plan not only raised awareness, but it sparked real conversations. So employees were more willing to share personal stories, but also ask critical questions. They provided suggestions. So really the topic of D&I became alive within the company, and it sparked these conversations. Other companies told us like, it's not a standalone project anymore, D&I. It really became an integrated part of the broader HR and CSR policies. So inclusion was considered more systemically at various levels. So in policies, in documents, so not standalone. Other companies told us that the ambitions were not merely aspirational anymore, but were really translated into tangible initiatives. So it helped to set priorities, also distribute responsibilities and monitor progress, which is really important. And it created a common framework. So it ensured really sustainable change, not just quick wins here and there, but really a framework wherein the company could work. Then some companies, and that's of course the most interesting for us then, is that they saw really measurable improvements in the composition of their teams. So recently I evaluated a big tech company in Belgium, and they had not so many women in management positions before, but at the end of the project, they almost had 50-50% on higher level. And it was because they did a lot of actions in their plan to improve this gender equality. So that's really, really good for us to see that it has like this measurable improvement as well from time to time. Then what we also heard is that companies who did a satisfaction survey after the plan, that they saw that this plan really increased the sense of engagement for the employees and well-being, and that it resulted in higher employee satisfaction. So that's also really important and a very important impact measure. So then to close up my presentation, what were the key lessons that we've learned? So the first one is, for us as consultants, what is really important is meten is weten. It's a typical Dutch expression. To measure is to know. We need data to start from. Sometimes companies, they want to start, but then they want to do all type of actions around gender equality, but actually gender equality is pretty good, but they have no people with another background or no one with a disability. So it's important to start with data to go in the right direction. Then the second and the third one, they go hand in hand. So you can have big vision and dreams, but it has to be translated in really practical solutions. Employees have to feel that there's really action going on. And there's where our plan helps to translate these big visions and dreams that they have into some tangible solution. Then the fourth one, we really need this network. We as consultants work closely together with the cabinets of work. We work closely together with the equality bodies that we have in Belgium. We also work together with private companies who also provide D&I services. It's important that we learn from each other and share our experiences. Then the fifth one, being transparent and communicate is super important. If we come in companies where they have no clue what they want to do, or they are not transparent on what they will do or why it is important, and we often see that it gets dusted on the plan and it has no effect. So constant communication is really important. Of course, confidentiality, we ask people to be in a working group with us, but we guarantee this safe spaces. People can give anonymous input. And of course, problems need to be named in order to decide the right actions. But individuals nor companies need to be exposed during the process that we do writing the action plan. Then co-construction and management endorsement is a make or break. That's really true. You have to have all levels on board. We work really bottom up from Actides on, but if we don't have a go from higher management, we see that it gets blocked at a certain point. So it's important to have everyone engaged from the highest to the lowest level and vice versa. So really important. And then the last one, focus on cultural change. For us, it's more important to work on the first three domains. So the recruitment, the HR, and the internal communication. External positioning, we don't focus so much on that for a first plan. And at the end, window dressing will rule itself out if you make the analysis properly and the action plan properly. So that was my presentation. Thank you for listening. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. I want to interact with you now if you have questions, but I will see them in the chat or later on. So thank you.
Very, very inspiring presentation. We met Ela. It was 2 years ago. We went in Actides on a study visit, but since then, these plans that Actides are working and are with companies stayed with us, and we try to promote them. But yes, I would like to leave the floor. Maybe if there are some questions from the audience. For in the chat, there are questions.
One. So I see one question. So is there a specific slide? So no, our service is completely free from Actides. So we just have this subsidy system that we've created with the government, so that that companies can use. But my consulting or all the other tools that we create, we give them for free. If that answers your question.
Probably, yes. But since we are running out of time, if there are some additional questions for Ela, we can like gather them, and we can arrange them to be addressed in a separate meeting or consultation. Ela, thank you once again for joining us, and we will keep in touch.
Yes.
Сега Ќе се шифнеме на македонски. Ленче, денес неколку пати во текот на сите панели заклучокот беше дека земјите на Западен Балкан заедно со Македонија се соочуваат со одлив на мозоци, со недостиг на работна сила. Слушнавме за бројни истражувања, податоци кои што го поддржуваат и факти кои што ги поддржуваат овие наоди, и тоа значи дека станува ова еден сериозен предизвик и приоритет кој што треба да биде адресиран и од актерите кои што се активни во екосистемот на пазарот на трудот, меѓутоа и од страна на владата. Па би сакала да ве прашам како вие, како Министерство за економија и труд, како планирате во иднина да ги адресирате сите овие предизвици, кои програми и мерки ги имаме на располагање, и дали има нови планови кои што уште понатака или позасилено би ги поддржале овие нови трендови на пазарот на труд, меѓутоа и би влијале на помало оцелување и промовирање на поинклузивна работна култура.
Благодарам за учеството за поканата на денешниот настан. Како што и напоменавте, ако пред неколку години имавме голем број на невработени лица, со текот на годините настане една промена во која што имаме сега недостаток на работна сила. Значи, во услови на длабоки промени во светот на работата, глобализацијата, технолошките промени, новите бизнис модели и слично, еден од најзначајните предизвици со кои што ќе се соочи Министерството за економија и труд е да се дефинира кои лица, односно кои работници треба да бидат предмет на заштита и да уживаат соодветна заштита при работа. Брзиот развој на технологијата и дигитализацијата на деловниот свет во последната деценија овозможи отварање на нови работни места, кои пред 10 години не можевме ниту да ги замислиме. Исто така, некои работни места кои некогаш беа традиционални, сега се менуваат и се прилагодуваат на новите технологии и начини на работа, а во иднина ќе се отворат уште повеќе нови работни места кои ќе се засновуваат на технологијата и дигитализацијата, како што се работни места во областа на технологијата, автоматизацијата на процеси, потоа развој на вештачка интелигенција и слично. Сепак, заедно со отварањето на овие нови работни места, ќе има промена и на постојните работни места, што ќе бара работниците да развијат нови вештини и да се прилагодат на новите технологии и начини на работа. Тоа е затоа што технологиите, како што знаеме, често се менуваат, начини и се менуваат и на кои се работи и се бараат различен сет на вештини. Во таа насока, а со целосно вклучување и прилагодување на работниците на потребите на пазарот на трудот, односно стекнување на компјутерски вештини и дигитална писменост, а заради зголемување на вработливоста, конкурентноста на пазарот на трудот, со оперативниот план за активните програми и мерки за вработување услуги на пазар на трудот за 2025 година, кој што е веќе во владина процедура и како што напомена заменикот дека до крајот на мај ќе биде донесен, предвидуваме повеќе мерки кои што се однесуваат на обуки и развој на дигитални вештини, како што се обуки за напредни IT вештини, специјалист за вештачка интелигенција, специјалист за мрежи, обуки за дигитален маркетинг и современи технологии засновани на вештачката интелигенција. Сите овие обуки ќе овозможат преквалификација, доквалификација на сите оние кои што сакаат да се стекнат, но и да ги унапредат своите вештини заради зголемување на нивната конкурентност на пазарот на трудот и побрза интеграција, вклучување во новите трендови, како што се дигитализација на работни места, бидејќи само на тој начин со вложување ќе отвориме нови работни места. Министерството за економија и труд е посветено и на развивање на регулативи кои ќе одговарат на новите предизвици што ги носи дигитализацијата. така да работиме на создавање на законска рамка која ќе ги земе во предвид и физичките, меѓутоа и психосоцијалните аспекти на работата во современиот свет. Во новиот предлог закон за работни односи предвидуваме нови форми на работа, како што се работа на далечина, работа од дома, онлайн работа, флексибилно работно време кај родители со мали деца. Воведуваме поглавје за посебна заштита на работници за време на бременост, мајчинство, татковство и родителство. Воспоставувањето на сите овие три вида на отсуства, освен обезбедување на заштита, имаат и за цел изедначување на улогата на мајката и таткото, односно мажот и жената, во периодот на подигање на детето или децата. Дополнително ќе биде предвидена и можност за флексибилни форми на работа, кои на двата родители ќе им овозможи да работат флексибилно, заради грижа и нега на дете, во форма на работа со неполно работно време, прилагоден распоред на работни часови или работа на далечина, во согласност со нивните потреби за давање на грижа и нега на детето и потребите на работодавачот поврзани со работниот процес. Ваквиот пристап е во целосна согласност со најновата директива на Европската комисија која се однесува на рамнотежата на приватниот и професионалниот живот на работникот. Меѓутоа, новите форми на работа значат дека треба да се сменат и постојаните системи на управување, дека треба да се адаптираат со примена на нови работни методи. Исто така треба да имаме во предвид дека усовршувањето на дигитализираните работни места мора да води до вистински баланс, работа-живот за намалување на психосоцијалните причини, од причина што сите овие промени, покрај позитивните страни, можат и негативно да влијаат на работниците. Така, например, онлайн работењето представува поголема достапност на работникот, поголема можност со стрес и притисок од страна на работодавачите, и затоа мораме да бидеме свесни за тоа како технолошките промени ќе влијаат и на физичкото и менталното здравје на работниците. Една од надлежностите на Министерството за економија и труд со преминувањето на секторот труд во економија е да се грижи и за унапредување на работничките права. Затоа, при сите овие промени на работни места, не смееме да го заборавиме работникот, кој што треба да биде вклучен во секоја промена на секој технолошки развој. Односно, треба да се стремиме да создадеме една работна средина, работно место, каде што технологијата ќе служи да ги подобри условите, но не и да го игнорира човечкото достоинство. Технологијата е тука, да, за да ни помогне, но човечкиот фактор треба да остане клучен. Напредокот и технологијата може да создадат подобар свет, но само ако тој свет е изграден врз основа на безбедност, доверба, грижа за луѓето и, како што се напомена досега, пријатна, здрава работна атмосфера. Каде е улогата на работодавачот во овој процес, а каде е вработениот? Трансформацијата на работните места значи излегување од комфортната зона на постоечките работни места, учење на нови техники, нови технологии и привлекување на нова реалност. Вработените мора да бидат во тек со сите трансформации на природата на работните задачи, а улогата на работодавачите да им го возможат секое надградување и оспособување за ваквата промена. Подготвени ли сме да се носиме со сите овие ризици, да ги прифатиме светските трендови во областа на трудовото законодавство? Со цел да се справиме со новите предизвици поврзани со интеграцијата, Министерството во наредниот период ќе работи на подигнување на свеста, подигнување на дебати и дискусии за важноста на дигиталната ера во која живееме и работиме, меѓутоа со посебен акцент на неопходноста да се има пристап и фокус на работникот при дизајнирањето, спроведувањето, управувањето и користењето на дигиталните технологии. И мораме да сватиме дека ова е заеднички процес. Тоа е одговорност на сите, на работниците, на работодавачите, на сите институции. Сите мораме да соработуваме ако сакаме да обезбедиме здрава и пријатна работна атмосфера. На крај би сакала да додадам дека мора да прифатиме дека светот се менува. Деловниот свет постојано се менува и развива, создавајќи нови можности, но и предизвици. Затоа мора да ни биде јасно дека е клучно да бидеме проактивни во прилагодување на новите трендови и технологии, за да останеме конкурентни на пазарот на трудот и да обезбедиме успешна кариера во иднина, за да може да ги задржиме младите во нашата земја, но и да ги привлечеме сите оние кои се надвор од државата да се вратат и тука да ја креираат својата иднина. Јас се надевам дека со политиките кои што во иднина ќе ги преземе и владата на Република Македонија и Министерството за економија ќе придонесеме во сите овие промени. Благодарам.
Оно што може да го заклучиме од овој панел и оно што можевме да го видиме од ЕЛА е во суштина дека разликата помеѓу Белгија и Северна Македонија е во тоа што Белгија покрај донесувањето на тие законски мерки кои што произлегуваат пред се од Европската комисија и директивите, покрај тоа што ги транспонира во законската рамка, обезбедува и сериозна поддршка преку различни мерки и програми кои што ги поддржуваат и самите бизниси, меѓутоа и сите актери кои што се релевантни во пазарот на труд, вклучувајќи ги и самите работници. Оно што го слушнавме од Ленче и незиното излагање дека владата на Северна Македонија и тоа како има добра политичка волја во развојот и промовирањето на позитивни политики на пазарот на трудот. Она што нашите анализи покажуваат е дека ние целосно ги имаме превземено сите насоки кои што доаѓаат од директивата за спречување на дискриминација при вработување и занимање. Сега се прават дополнителни чекори за да се транспонира и директивата за баланс помеѓу приватниот и професионалниот живот. Меѓутоа, ни недостигаат сериозни чекори работа на терен, работа со бизнисот, работа со работниците, како би можеле сите овие мерки и чекори да ги уживаме и во пракса. Така, законите се тука, меѓутоа треба да ги користиме. Ти благодарам, Ленче. Ела, предпоставувам дека се исклучи да може следен панел.
Oh, thank you, Sophie. Emma,
Yes.
hi.
I hope so.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Sorry I didn't understand. It sounded interesting,
Right?
the last part, but I can't really relate to it, but
Because it's local. So what we are trying to do is we went global first. We spoke with Charlie Felgrate and Francisc Aragal about interesting topics like regenerative leadership, and then about the design for all concepts. And we have our representatives from businesses who taught us how they are implementing some of the changes. And then on the end, in this panel, we've been hearing how Europe is supporting businesses to do things. And then our Secretary of Economy, she talked about the prospects in Macedonia. So now you are here with us. So tell me, where are you calling from?
I'm outside Stockholm, Sweden, by a lake and a conference center outside. I've just been meeting with a group of executives, Swedish executives here.
Executives, what have you been talking about?
The same thing as I will be talking about now. The only thing I talk about, bubble hopping.
Did they relate to what you have to say?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's always difficult to say yourself, but many organizations do have initiatives like bubble hopping or similar methods for bridging.
Okay. Yeah. So you can sense that it relates to what they need actually, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
I mean, it's both between different sectors. It can be between business and the public sector and the civil society.
Okay.
It can be between countries or markets and generations and between different departments. It depends, but there are definitely, and there are many initiatives. I'm sure there are many initiatives amongst your audience as well.
Right, we heard a lot. So Emma, congratulations on your book. You won the Book of the Year. HR Book of the Year. Charlie will immediately correct me. It's people, it's not HR, right? We should use that word now. So congratulations for that, but it was dedicated to bubble hopping. This interesting, I would say a phenomenon, because you, as you said, it's implemented among students and teachers, among businesses and many different stakeholders. I met you through TRU and Dr. Sharma, and I'm wondering, was there an inspiration there for the bubble hopping? I know you cooperated with Google guys to do it. So what happened? How it came into being?
Absolutely, with TRU. Otto, and I think a lot of the things they're doing, the listening, the sensing journeys, it's very similar. I'd say this is like a more simplified method that I usually put into a bigger context, but definitely it started when I lived in Berlin and worked with ULab people in Berlin, Germany.
Beautiful. So how do we do this? How do you usually lead executives, for example, into the bubble hopping narrative? I'll leave you the floor.
Depends. I do it in different contexts. So one, of course, because I'm a business school teacher, so I teach students. That's the easiest part because you can make them do it. So I do it with all students at the business school, both at the bachelor level and the master level. And a lot of times we talk there about understanding stakeholders and the importance of that. So we do that with all the students. And then I work a lot with executives, and that's mostly in private companies. So we have a big executive education, and they implement it within the companies. And as I said before, in different ways. I mean, it could be also between stakeholders, understanding customers, understanding generations is a big thing now. How do you actually keep a younger, you are talking about that, a younger generation? How do you understand it? And how do you understand in between, the understanding in between? But it's also I think the main thing now here in Sweden, it's the public sector is doing a lot of bubble hopping right now. Partly because of there are new laws coming out starting in the summer where different parts of the public sector needs to collaborate better. So they all need it. So the police will talk to the social services, or the school will meet with the military, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like really in between different parts of the public sector. So right now, many municipalities are doing bubble hopping programs by themselves. I'm not really involved. I don't have the time. But that's happening a lot.
Beautiful. One scene stayed with me because you kind of started it with your putting yourself into the bubbles of students. You are a professor at the Stockholm School of Economics, but also on many other things, among others, TV face in Sweden. But what you said once was, when I have a class, I pay attention to those who are the most silent. So you managed to kind of enter into their silence, I believe, using this method. And then maybe that's why you are, for the 2 or 3 times, proclaimed as the best professor by the students, right? Bravo for that as well. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's also that is such an interesting topic. I'm not going to talk about that, but I think it's interesting with the silent students or with the silent people at work as well. It doesn't have to be students. And I think sometimes we tend to look so much for extroverts, and there are so many introverts as well. And usually the quality of their relationships might even be better than the extroverts. I'm an extrovert myself, but so sometimes we are not the best for relationships, I say. So I think we all need to do that, pay more attention to those who are silent, because some people who are silent are very productive and very important in our organizations and in classrooms. Some people will turn into something else. Maybe they're just shy and you can help them. Some people are just they don't want to participate in that way, but they do add a lot. So it's diversity again, also when it comes to extroverts and introverts and different personalities. There are so many ways of creating more inclusive organizations, I think, or classrooms.
Tell us about yours. Tell us about bubble hopping. How do you want? Yeah.
You want to see more slides? Have you seen any slides today?
Okay.
Maybe not. Do you want me to show some slides? You decide.
Well, do we? Yes. Yes. You have unanimous yes. Okay.
Okay. I'll show some slides, maybe, if I manage to do it, but I'll try to do it here. See if you can see it. You can, huh? You see some?
Yes, we see it.
Oh, good. Okay. So I thought I'll do it like fast because I know we're a bit delayed and over time and people are probably tired. So let me do it really kind of fast. I thought I'll give you a little bit of an introduction. I talked very little bit about the research behind. I'll be happy to share reading lists so that you can read because there's a lot of interesting studies here. And I'll talk a little bit what it means for leadership. So those three things, but I'll try to do it very briefly. And I'll share the slides if you're interested. So just a little bit about bubble hopping. For me, it's a very basic idea. It's really thinking about the philosopher John Stuart Mill. He said, "He who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that." I think we as human beings have a tendency to often search for people that are like us, which is nice because we all need our cozy bubbles, the good teams at work. We need to feel that at home, sharing values, viewpoints. But if we want to develop and we really want to get perspectives, this is really about getting perspectives, then we also need to seek out those with different opinions, different lifestyles, different experiences, different beliefs, etc., etc. So I think if you do want to broaden your perspective, you need to step out of your bubble. But the bubbles are very nice, so we need our bubbles too. So we shouldn't, it's not about bubble popping, it's about bubble hopping. Bridging between different groups. And as you already said, I wrote a book about it. It started with Theory U and ULab in Berlin, Germany. And I decided that maybe you can take some research-based skills and try them out on students. I'm sorry if there are students in the audience, it's like a typical teaching thing. You kind of use your students as little lab rats in that sense. I tried it on almost 1,000 people, different research-based skills, and they had to themselves, we did it a little bit different, but at the end, themselves decide bubbles they did not belong to, but they were curious about. And then we trained them in some skills to make it easier to jump. And then they had to do it and come back and talk about it in the class. So, for example, we would have students who had a specific religion, and they would jump to another religion, or to somebody who didn't have a religion. It would be political views. Somebody from the left would jump to the right, etc., and on the other way. Some who, for example, were climate activists. They would meet with somebody who was a climate skeptic. Some did crazy things because these are students. So they would jump to criminals and prostitutes and all those things that the marketing department at my university don't want me to mention. But they did that because they're students. So we did that with 1,000 students. And then I tried to kind of make it very simple, come up with those methods, exercises, how you could bring it into organizations and in between organizations and societies. And since then, I still do it with students. By now, I've done it with at least 5,000 students. So I still do it, both bachelor, master students, but also executives, a lot of in our executive education, as I was doing today. But then a lot of work in organizations, in between organizations. Similar method or same methods, exactly the same kind of training, but doing it in an organization instead of in school. So that's really how it came about. Starting at ULab, moving to students, testing lots of ideas, and then today much bigger. So that's bubble hopping. The instructions are very simple. You should meet and connect with someone unlike you, and you decide yourself. It's very important that you set up the boundaries. Perhaps you do not want to meet with somebody, you might have a trauma from something in your life, and of course you shouldn't meet with a person representing that, or somebody who wants to kill you or whatever. Like I personally, I don't like meeting with criminals. I find that super scary. I would not do that. So not everybody has to meet with everyone, but everybody has to meet with somebody with a different perspective. But you decide who yourself. So meet and connect with somebody unlike you, and then you do all those trainings beforehand, and then you bring 3 principles with you. One is that this is, try to be curious, stay open, try to be curious. You have this point of view you might not understand or agree with, but can you still be curious? And always, second principle, that's super important and comes from a lot of research, always look for common ground. Okay, you don't share the views on whatever, climate change, but you both live in the same city, so you share something else. So try to always look for that common ground. And then the third one, really try to create dialogue, understanding. You're not trying to change somebody's mind or even your own. You're just trying to understand and make yourself understood. So those are the 3 principles. And I should say bubble hopping is nothing unique. And I'm sure there are initiatives similar to this. There are many here in Sweden. I know there are many in Europe in general. There are many American ones. There are many, many similar initiatives. It's nothing unique. So, and you don't have to call it bubble hopping. I don't care. The only thing that I think is important is really to meet with people, bridge between groups, and meet with people with different perspectives, both for your own sake, for your organizations, but also for society in general. So in organizations, we usually talk about silos, kind of tearing silos down. So a little bit of the research behind, I'll do it super fast. When I talk about bubbles, it's really like social identities. The groups we all identify with, and I like bubbles. I think bubbles, there's something that's like dynamic with bubbles. We all have many bubbles, and they can change and they can merge and become bigger. We can find bubbles that kind of bridge in themselves. And there's something like both playful, but also dynamic and an opportunity to think about bubbles. So I think that's why I also like to use bubbles instead of social identities or something more academic. And we know from research that they are very important. They do affect us a lot. Our point of views, our values, our behaviors, taste, whatever, smell, abilities. So they do affect us a lot. So it's important to understand both the bubbles you belong to, but also other bubbles. In organizations, sometimes we call it boundary spanning. Amy Edmondson, for example, she at Harvard Business School, she talks about similar things, but she calls it boundary spanning. Many studies, and I find them very hopeful. This one, for example, I show one here, a paper. It's a big study. They looked at the American one. They looked at Democrats and Republicans. It was before the election. And they 32,000 people. And they looked at is it possible to make people understand each other a little bit better between Democrats and Republicans with some simple interventions? And the good news is that, yes, it really seemed that people with a little bit of nudging, a little bit of interventions did understand each other better. Not at the extreme ends. So, forget about the 20% extremists, but the 80% in the middle can understand each other a little bit better with simple methods. So that's the good news. Because we do, and I think this is where I don't become, like, sometimes I feel like, am I really a business school professor? Yeah, I can see the use in organizations, of course, but I'm worried, I tend to worry about society. I don't know what's like where you are, but in Sweden, we are seeing more of a toxic polarization, and definitely in the US, where we meet less with people we don't agree with, and we have less, we don't even want to understand. They're just like idiots, and that worries me. So there's a lot of research around that, of course. And for me, I think the higher goal is to create a better society. But in the meantime, the organizations can become better too. So I had a group of executives here all afternoon doing bubble hopping, talking bubble hopping with them. So for example, there was the local grocery stores. We had a few, we have a big grocery store chain. The local grocery stores, for example, they are very important, both as employers, because for many people, that's the first job they get. So how can you actually create a good experience and employ people from different, and so they get to know each other and they get a job, etc. But they're also important in the local communities. So no matter what you do, retail is a big important sector. But there are many others, of course. But it's good for the organization, but it's also good for society. So what does that mean? Does that mean that you as leaders need to shift somehow? Not only about leadership, but perhaps about leadership. Some would say that, yeah, maybe the most important skill is really curiosity these days. Being more as human as you can be, being curious about other things. So this was a Harvard Business School study talking about senior leaders, especially being very much into bubbles, very much in bubbles where they get a lot of confirmation about what they already believe, instead of being questioned about their beliefs. So maybe for senior leaders, it's even more important to do that leader shift. And as a leader, if you're running a company, for example, you do have different choices, or a country as well. When we have a lot of change and a lot of anxiety, it might be the economy or climate change or technology or war. There's a lot of anxiety, of course. And as a leader, you could, as we see sometimes, or we do see it, you could work with dividing people, us and them. Or you could actually try to create social capital. And you do that in two ways. One is that you create teams or bubbles, if you want, where there are thick ties between people and you feel safe and secure. That is important. The bubbles are important. But if you want to have social capital and a lot of resilience in a society or in an organization, you also need bridging capital, which is really connecting different groups to each other. So for me, I like this little super simple picture. It's like, as a leader, or as somebody who creates narratives, do we want to divide people, or do we actually want to create social capital? And if we want to create social capital, we do it in two ways. One is by creating strong groups, and secondly is by creating bridges between those groups. Those two things are important for resilience and within organizations. So I think that's a good. I also think that it's, this I find a super interesting study also by Amy Edmondson at Harvard Business School, where they looked at teams with diversity, diverse teams. And so one of the things they saw, and many researchers have seen that, is that diversity can make it both better but also worse. They had diversity in like special, of course, it was gender, education, etc., etc. So what they saw was that, you can get really kind of better performance and better well-being as well if you have diversity combined with psychological safety. So if you have diversity and if you really want to use that in a good way, then you also need to create that kind of psychological safety where you can all come up with your perspectives and you understand each other, etc. That's where the real innovation happens. This is looking at innovation too, I should say. Otherwise, diversity could actually go, might see less performance from having diverse teams. So I find that very interesting. I find we do need to work with psychological safety as well within our teams if they're going to be diverse, which I think you also get the highest value, the highest performance if you have diverse teams paired with psychological safety. So how do you do that? Well, I work with super simple methods, many of them. But I could work with, for example, this little simple, super simple one, where I just say, well, let's have a meeting. If you have a meeting in conversations, could be with your partner as well, actually. Can you balance between asking questions, listening, and sharing yourself? Especially if you have different points of view. We know from research that it's not so good to just come up with facts or say that you are wrong, I'm right. It's much better to share personal stories. That's really how we broaden perspectives. And I think that's sometimes I do this at work too. I just draw that little triangle because sometimes we tend to, like I'm doing now, sharing too much, not asking enough questions, not listening enough. Or something else, maybe just listening, or maybe just asking questions, whatever, but a little bit of balance. So I shouldn't go on, I think. I should actually let you in now instead of just talking about it. But I do think I like this quote from the Persian poet Rumi. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there's a field, and I'll meet you there. That's where bubble hopping takes place.
Beautiful. Thank you. I saw Charlie here writing some.
Let me see. I don't manage to stop sharing now.
Thank you very much, Emma. I saw Charlie writing some notes, so I'm just wondering, what stayed with you? What's that you found interesting in what Emma was doing?
Hi, Emma. I don't know why he picked on me. That was really lovely, really easy to flow with. I've written loads of notes. I'm going to go with this importance that leadership narratives, which often divide, can bring people together.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you.
Isn't that important? I think it's, you can, you can just by listening to what you say yourself or listening to, managers in an organization, you can think about it because sometimes it's it's very easy to bond by doing the us and them thing, by the division. So could you do differently? That's something I think we all can work with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Could you do it differently? Yeah, thank you. Emma, thank you very much. Any questions? One question, if somebody has. Okay, come on. Let's read that one question. Maya, please. Yep. And I'll thank you prior to that, and we'll end up there with that question. Thank you very much, Emma, for this inspiring conversation. Yeah, thank you for stopping that.
Thank you, Emma. The question is from our colleague Katarina Majančevska, who is following us from, what was the country? Where? Moldavia. Heartwarming comeback to the concepts of bridging and bonding. What is the most unusual use of bubble hopping you have led? Topics, stakeholders. What is your personal learning from this work?
Wonderful questions. I don't know if it's, it's like the most unusual. I don't think it's unusual. I think that's more, for example, one thing we've been working with is the green transformation, going over to more green industry and really having stakeholder dialogues between different stakeholders around that industry, native people, tourism, the police, hospitals, is not unusual, but I think it's very fruitful. So those kind of like stakeholder dialogues, I'm very fond of myself. I think they're very, 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 very useful. I've heard things like, I had a manager, and it's stayed with me. So she said, we're doing like bubble hopping, and she had somebody in her organization. She couldn't really understand how that person reasoned when it came to money and budgets and things like that people do in businesses. And then she said, well, you know what? At home, I talked to my husband, who was a woman. I talked to my husband about how we approach money, but I never do that in my organization. I just realized we never talked about that. And I just took for granted that everybody thinks like me around money. And of course they didn't. As anybody who lived in a relationship knows, not everybody thinks alike when it comes to money. Some like to spend, some like to save, etc., etc. So, and she took that took that question into her organization, and she came back and said it was fantastic conversations around it, actually. So it could be like those kind of, sounds simple, but it's like opens up for more existential questions. My own most unusual and what I've learned from it. So one thing I did, which was a bit crazy. So I've lived downtown Stockholm for a very long time, which is a very privileged thing to do. And I know that. And then I decided together with my partner that we were actually gonna, because in Sweden you read a lot about, these suburbs that are so dangerous, criminal, that people are unemployed and blah, blah, blah. They're super dangerous, no-go zones, kind of, lots of criminality. So we moved there. We left a more privileged area and moved. For 3 years, we lived in one of those areas. And that, to me, was absolutely fantastic when you talk about bubble hopping, because the everyday life was so different from the media. It was I never locked my door. So this is the places where people talk about, this is the most criminal, it's dangerous, don't go there. Well, you know what? I never locked my door when I lived there, because the community was safe and it was lots of care. So sometimes also doing some personal bubble hops are very, very good for you.
Thank you, Emma. Well, I appreciate what you've done. I'm not moving for now. So good. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you for waiting for the agenda. And I wish we see you here in Skopje.
Oh, yes. I hope I can come soon.
That would be a bubble for you,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you.
Не знам кој микрофон работи, веројатно овој. Тука сме на крајот на овој форум. Вие сте најиздржливите. Се надевам дека сите ние ќе понесеме убави впечатоци и добри дружби, конекции, меѓутоа и ќе го понесеме како знаење, искуство на што денеска го научивме, дека инкамот, односно платата, повеќе не е она што натежнува версус здравата средина за работа, средина во која што можеме да ги негуваме талентите, да им пружиме поддршка, да им пружиме добар онбординг процес и да направиме и да култивираме, да изградиме, меѓутоа и да ги негуваме средините, работните средини, во кои што сите ние ќе сакаме да обстанеме, да работиме, да придонесуваме и да растеме. Почнавме од испразнетото столче, се надевам дека нема да се соочиме со такво столче утре кога ќе се вратиме на нашите работни места и до нас какви одлуки ќе правиме веќе утре, знаејќи го се во ова, надградени со нови знаења. Ви благодарам.
Јас сакам да се заблагодарам на тимот на Паблик, малку останавме сега, ама многу ми е важно да го кажам. Фала Маја за целата организација во овие неколку месеци. Фала Натали, Анета, Магде, Александра за во континуитет што не храни со податоци. Фала ти Нешко што го издизајнира овој форум. Светле, ја би ти дала на кратко како наши партнери, поддржувачи, заеднички го тереме патот и мислам дека во овие 5-6 години навистина многу работи поместивме. Еве овде дојди, ете или тука.
Јас не сум поговорници. Побо се чувствувам вака, да. Фала многу Тина. As Charlie would said, how many hours do I have? Се шегувам. Про честитки, браво Паблик, поздрав до целиот тим. Она што изгледа многу лесно и совршено тука, може да замислите колку работа има во позадина, нели, во бекстејдж. Така да знам дека беше многу интензивен период, многу време и ефортс, напори вложивте во сето тоа. Меѓутоа мислам дека направивте одлична работа и стварно заслужувате честитки. Сега вака размислувајќи колку многу интересни и различни методи слушнавме, ви благодарам многу за одличните презентации, за сите што говореа денес. Си велам може убаво ќе беше да имаме барем уште еден ден за да малку и продискутираме за некои работи. Знам што ќе ми кажеш сега, нели треба резервираме повеќе пари, важи. Тоа така иде. Многу insightful, не ми текнува македонскиот збор, беа сите денешни импути. Јас нели водам тим и постојано имам рефлексија за сето тоа и мислам дека излегувам многу побогата од сето она што го слушнав денес. А особено ме радува моментот што слушнав работи кои што ние планираме да ги правиме и да ги поддржуваме во иднина. Значи, едната добра работа е што новата германска влада, и мислам дека денеска Давид го спомна тоа, останува посветена да го поддржува Западен Балкан, земите на Западен Балкан. Секако и нивниот влез во ЕУ, нели? И согласно тоа ги следиме тие приоритети, меѓутоа ги следиме и приоритетите што се дадени од страна на Европска Унија за прогресот на сите земји. И спремаме нов проект кој што е многу во согласно со сите денешни дискусии. Значи да градиме инклузивни општества, инклузивни средини, резилиент, отпорни, да имаме социоекономски развој, значи ќе работиме токму на она што за кое што вие денеска говоревте, за креирање на инклузивни политики, поддршка на бизнисите за спремање кон новото денеска, да кажам, и новите генерации. Во исто време поддршка на ранливи групи да го искористиме, нели, тој потенцијал што го имаме наоколу, а некако сме слепи и не им даваме можности за сето тоа. И да не ги заборавам општините, сакаме да видиме и прогрес кај нив, сакаме да видиме и кај нив инклузивни политики, сакаме да видиме еднакви можности на локално ниво, така што тоа е, да кажам, рамката на она што доаѓа, многу слично на она што веќе го работиме, можеби малку повеќе продлабочено, затоа што мислам дека ние заедно, ти нас спомна 5-6 години веќе работиме на оваа тема. Кога беа почетоците, не велам дека беа лесни, имаше нели нормално тестирања, па фейлер, па учени лекции, па пак ревидирање и така натаму. Меѓутоа, мислам дека излегуваме многу побогати и стануваме секој ден, благодарени и на добрите европски пракси и на сите нели професори кои што прават истражувања и излегуваат со некои нови и интересни методологии. И да, како што кажав на почеток, гледате, можам да зборам in hours, часови, така да ќе завршам сега. Уште еднаш ќе заблагодарам на Паблик, благодарност голема до преведувачите, секако и до мојот тим, нели, најмногу до Весна, што го работи заедно со Паблик долги години, секако до Аша, што правеше сапорт за PR и communication. И благодарност најголема до нашите партнери кои што се тука, дел се уште присутни, партнерските организации нели од целиот регион, менторите што прават, не знам како да кажам. Знаете, на моменти излегува како сизифска работа, буткате камен, ми се враќа, буткате, ама на крај мислам дека они го избуткуваат многу добро. Така да голема благодарност до сите и компаниите, да не ги забораваме, за отвореноста за соработката. Здрави живи, се гледаме наскоро во нова прилика. Фала ви многу.
Once again, thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Francesc, for being here. You are very have very inspirational speeches, and we really enjoying that. And I hope that after this, we will bring what we'll learn here in our organizations, in our companies. Thank you for our mentors from different countries that came here, from Albania, from Macedonia, from Serbia, and the mentors from Bosnia that follow us online. Thank you, Tati, for all logistic that you did, and thank you to all of you for being with us today.